behind, please move forward to the first 10 rows. And this will enhance the visibility and engagement with our speakers and panelists. For those that are sitting at the back, please move forward. Let's make the most of this forum by ensuring everyone has a clear view and can actively participate in this discussion.
我们的价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们的价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it. From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy,
Attention participants.
Transportation.
At the back, can you please move forward to the
cities, and the environment? Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms.
Director General, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, please welcome to the high table. Our sponsor, Huawei, please. And our presenters as well, Dr. Dino and Mr. Marcus, please move forward to the front at the high table. Okay, so I'll be reminded as well, please, for those who are sitting at the back, can you please move forward? Those 3 rows at the back, please come forward and fill this space in front here so we can move to begin our session. Okay. Just one more announcement. For those who are fasting, dinner will be served at 6 p.m. today at the main restaurant. So for those who are fasting, the dinner will be served at 6 p.m. I'll be reminded as well that for those who are fasting, please, you can register your names at your registration outside. There's a gentleman called Innocent. So he'll take all your names and all your requirements as well. we are about to begin, we're just waiting one of our board chairmen to come in front so we can start. The ICTC provided a sponsorship for 100 women. Can you please raise your hands for those who have a sponsorship from ICTC? Women in cybersecurity? Please raise your hands. Oh, thank you. A round of applause for the ladies in cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habarini za asubuhi. Jamani, I need to hear your voices. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Ladies in cybersecurity, good morning. Good morning. Oh, that's nice. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Salamu alaikum. Tumsifu Yesu Kristu. The board chairman of ICTC, Professor Leonard Msele, the Director General of ICTC, Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga, our sponsor from Huawei, Mr. Mohammed, our guest presenters, Dr. Dino Norman and Mr. Marcus Magi. Today, we're here to the third Tanzania Cybersecurity, and the mission of this Tanzania Cybersecurity Forum is to raise awareness of cybersecurity frameworks, promote capacity building, and skill development in the cyberspace, and enhance collaboration among respective stakeholders. That's why we see women in cybersecurity. Because we need to implement strategic cybersecurity initiative in Tanzania. So our program today will start from now with the opening ceremony. And we'll go until 2 o'clock when we'll have lunch break. As I mentioned earlier, we have, for those who want to use the washroom, we have washroom at the back of the building. So if you need to tie your tie and make yourself comfortable, you can use both doors to go outside. Before I welcome the first speaker of today, I would like to introduce our program. The first speaker from today will be a Huawei sponsor for early marks. Most welcome, Mr. Mohammed.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed from Huawei. I hope everyone is having a good morning, and I believe you're here to learn something and also discuss. So on behalf of Huawei, it is my honor to welcome to this established cybersecurity event. As a technology and innovation company, Huawei is deeply committed in advancing cybersecurity practices and forecasting collaboration with the industry. In today's interconnected world, cybersecurity is paramount. The digital landscape presents both opportunities and challenges. And it's crucial. Okay. And it's crucial that we work together in navigating this ever-evolving terrain. At Huawei, we understand the importance of building trust, transparency, and resilience. Through ongoing research and development and partnership, we strive to create a cutting-edge solution that is not only protects data and network, but also empower individual and organizations to thrive in a digital age. So, as we gather here today, let us engage in a meaningful discussion, share insight, forge a new connection. Together, we can shape a safer and more secured cyber landscape for generations to come. Thank you for joining us, and I wish you all a productive and enlightening event. Thank you.
Oh, another round of applause to our Huawei sponsor. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. Sorry, my timetable started by this. So I would like now to welcome our EU sponsor, Mr. Marcus Maggi, for remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Dear friends, colleagues, dignitaries. My name is Marcus Maggi. I'm a representative of EU-funded Digital for Tanzania program, and more specifically a training project. Our project is about bringing European governmental experts to work together with the Tanzanian governmental experts on vital matters on the cybersecurity, privacy, data protection, as well as data interoperability and various capacity building exercises. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity that today we can, together with Dr. Tino Naumann, be here and share some of our expertise with you, dear friends, and we are really looking forward to have really fruitful discussions in the upcoming 2 days about how cybersecurity actually is the core enabler of digital societies to be. Also, we would like to congratulate ICT Commission and Tanzanian experts on this Cybersecurity in Tanzania forum to take place, because we think that these types of forums and platforms for discussions are actually the way how things should be taken forward. Because consensus building, experience exchange, this is crucial for having transparent and cohesive digital societies. And I think that the next presentations which will happen and the next discussions will be basis of actual know-how exchange. So that the experts which we are bringing to Tanzania from Europe, who are governmental experts, have expressed their, lessons learned from Tanzania when they have been here, and the knowledge exchange happens in 2 ways. And I'm really looking forward to see all the presentations happening and many lessons to learn. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I know Dr. Nupundwe told me that I should speak 5 hours, but I disregard this opportunity now and will continue my speech. On the second day, I will be inviting you for the broader discussions. But from European Union side, we are really grateful for this opportunity and looking forward for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marcus Maggi. Obviously, a heartfelt thank you for our esteemed EU and Huawei sponsor for generosity, support, and partnership. Thank you so much. Give us another round of applause, please, to our sponsors. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to move on and welcome the Director General for ICT Commission for their opening remarks. Most welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Professor Msele, Chairman of the Board of ICT Commission, representatives from the ministry, departments, and agencies of the government, representatives from private sector, startups, and the innovators, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to start by saying that our event today and tomorrow is going to be delivered strict in English. The reason behind that is because we are streaming this event. And when you stream, the audience is a global audience. So you will bear with us. We need to do that. Habari za asubuhi na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. I would like first to thank you for making time to come to our event, the Cyber Forum, the third round of this event. We had 2 events before, and we decided that we have to revamp this year because of many reasons. And one of the reasons is because when we started to embark on the journey of digital transformation in Tanzania, we articulated 5 pillars of our digital transformation guideline. And those pillars, I would like to mention them one by one. One is digital skills. We want all Tanzanians to have digital skills so that they can be able to participate in the platform economy that we define it now. The second pillar is cybersecurity and trust. Because in the digital economy or platform economy that we are embarking on, trust is the most important thing, and without trust, it will be very difficult for people to participate in the digital economy. And the trust to be built, our online platforms, they're supposed to be secure. So cybersecurity is a very key issue that we need to be discussed, if possible, 2 times in a year or at least once in a year in the platforms like this. So this platform is going to be held every year in March or April, depending on the how we plan the event to be, so that we'll be taking stock of what has happened and discussing together so that we can chart a digital economy which is very inclusive, the digital economy which is thrive, and the digital economy that will enable Tanzania to compete in the global digital economy. We do understand the digital economy or global digital economy doesn't have boundaries. So many countries, they're supposed to accelerate the process of digitization, the process of digitalization, so that we can achieve what is called the digital transformation. Once we transform ourselves, we'll be able to take advantage of all the emerging technologies which are very popular now. We'll be able to create large language models that will represent our thinking, will represent our intelligence. So since the digital economy of today, the oil which lubricates that digital economy is data, the issue of cybersecurity is very, very important, and it's something that we really need to be discussed every now and then to ensure that our country is competitive or is competing in the regional market and in the global market. Dear participants, our forum theme is charting shared and inclusive future in cyberspace. We have crafted this theme because we know that once you're embarking on ensuring that your digital economy is secure, but the outcome that we want is the outcome that we have a digital space or cyberspace which can include everyone and which can be shared with other people. We don't want to create Tanzania to be like an island, but we want Tanzania to participate in the regional economy, in the continental economy, and in the economy of the world. In the area of cybersecurity, we have started to see fruits of our innovation. We have a number of companies that not only that they are providing solutions for cybersecurity in Tanzania, but they are providing cybersecurity solution in countries like Congo and in other countries. And the good thing of that, among those companies, there are companies which are run by women, and there are companies which are run by men. So we have started to build a very inclusive cyberspace of Tanzania where innovation is inclusive. We as the ICT Commission, to ensure that we are building an inclusive digital economy, we have decided, by help of our government, to ensure that 100 women, they are participating in this forum. The reason to do that is to ensure that no one is left behind, and we believe that subsector of cybersecurity, when someone has skills and have tools, it's very easy for someone to participate, providing solution, and make his or her own life. So the reason why we've done that is because of that. Now, we have 5 topics. These are just, you can say, the macro topics of this forum. The one that we are going to start with, it is empowering a safe, sustainable, and inclusive cyberspace, of which we have a number of experts which are going to deliver. One is guest lecture of Dr. Tino, and then we have Huawei is going to provide the expertise in that area, and we have Mr. Kileo, who is going also to show how we can empower ourselves in the cybersecurity. We also have a topic that has to do with advancing resilience of key sectors, because we all understand if we are not going to build resilient systems to support our sectors, it will be very difficult for our sector to perform in the digital economy that we have. Key example of what we are saying is, for example, a tourism sector. We do all understand tourism depends so much on digital platforms in performing many of the activities. So we'll discuss here together with all the experts and you my fellow participants on how we can build resilience in terms of cybersecurity in that. And we have Peter Baziwe, who is going to articulate to us what can be done. And also we have Stephen Wangwe, who is the head of cybersecurity from the government. And this discussion we expect is going to be vibrant, and basically in the forum is a two-way on how we can discuss together. Then there's a safeguarding cyberspace in the era of emerging technologies. And of course, when we started to discuss about digital transformation, there's no way you can avoid AI at this particular juncture. And the experts that we have is Esther Lugoe, which is a very successful entrepreneur in the area of cybersecurity, and Peter Baziwe in that area. Then we have the topic of harnessing the cyberspace as an engine of economic development. Because most of our discussion that we used to have before of cybersecurity, we dwell much on how to ensure that we strengthen our system, we protect them from attack and things like that. But there are countries, notable example, countries like Israel. To them, cybersecurity is something that is improving the economic growth of their country. They are creating systems, and they provide those services in different countries. So we need also to discuss in our context on how cybersecurity can be used as an enabler that will catalyze the economic development of our country. And in here, we are going to have the guest lecture of Mr. Magus Magi, who is an expert in this area, and also myself, Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga, I'm going to talk about Global Cybersecurity Index and the issue of investment. Then the last is how to incentivize cybercrime. So we need to discuss together, openly, to know how we are going to incentivize our platform economy so that those people who like to do cybercrime, they'll find that it doesn't pay to be doing that. And here we have experts from University of Dodoma and who are students. They are going to show us how that can be done. And Esther Lugo is going to do also demonstration. So this session is going to be a session of actual demonstration. You'll see how things are supposed to be. So this is what we have prepared for you in this forum. But one point I want to stress so that we can understand each other. Forums, they are not a place where one comes to lecture others. Forum is supposed to be a two-way discussion. And this is what we expect that will happen in here. We want to discuss in an equal way. Experts who are going to present, they are going to catalyze, right? They are introducing a topic, they catalyze, but we want to have more discussions so that we can unearth the issues, so that we can have the action plan of what's supposed to be done before we meet again in next year. I want to talk a bit about status of Tanzania when it comes to cybersecurity globally. We have an institution which is a part of United Nations called ITU. And ITU is conducting every year or every 2 years what is called Global Cybersecurity Index. And in that index, Tanzania has been clearly articulated that they hold position number 2 in Africa. And that is something that we are working on to ensure that we sustain, and if possible, we can reach the point where maybe we can be number 1 in the continent, and also we can get a good position worldwide. One of the things when they were measuring the economy of Africa in terms of cybersecurity that didn't give us marks to be number 1 was because we didn't have an institution which is called data protection institutions. And I think all who are here remember what happened yesterday. We launched that institution. So that marks which we didn't get at that time, we'll get it this time because we have this institution, we have the law. So people from Tanzania or any business people that are going to come to Tanzania, their data are protected by law, and there's an institution that is dealing with that. And that is something that we are very happy, and we are really working hard to ensure that we improve our cyberspace so that our cyberspace not only is going to be safe, but also it can be a place where other people, they can invest their things, especially, for example, investment of data center in our country. Data center goes places where they have digital economy which is safe, which is secure, and malicious actors, they are not dominating the economy of that place. So I don't want to give very long speech. Once again, I thank you very much for making your time to come to our event. And I'm expecting that we are going to have a very robust and fruitful discussions in these 2 days of our forum. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite the chairman of the board of our ICT Commission just to give a short remark and to greet you. Professor Msele, please have a floor.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mwasaga, ICTC Director, Dr. Norman and Mr. Maggie from EU. This is Mohammed. Mohammed from Huawei. Dear participants, I am told just to greet. And I have already greeted you. And I was told to stop here. And I'm stopping here. However, as a chairman, I stop here, but as an instructor in ICT in this country for over 35 years, and someone who is part of this community of digital experts, I am taking 5 minutes at least, first to congratulate Huawei, not only for their participation in this event, but truly to announce here that I am still so much impressed with Huawei because of their history in helping us to bring about a true digital economy. I'm coming from the University of Dodoma. Huawei has been with us always. Please keep it up. I don't mean to demean the participation of EU, but I think because they are here now and they are with the Commission, I believe Director concerning cybersecurity, actually, TCRA, I don't know with whose help, has been helping this country at least to make some changes. Now, because I see EU here, I would request the director not only to stop in one event like this, because this is the first technical meeting I am attending, which makes me very much thrilled about our focus concerning digital economy and cybersecurity. But could I request you here, Chairman, Director, that the ICTC be part of the so-called competition so that we can start another forum where the young people like you can show their skills in digital realm. Now, to finish up, from what I see here and the people that I met here, because I'm the oldest person in this particular meeting, and I'm happy the ones that I met here are products of my old age. So if I happen to die today, it's not going to be such a big loss because I know behind there is a big legacy. So for that matter, I believe once we finish this forum, the capacity and ability of Tanzania to protect its cyberspace will get a new impetus. It will get a new direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the board chairman of the ICTC. Always for me, when I see you standing in front, it's always a lecture to me, learning new things from you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause to the board chairman. Obviously, I would like to thank the Director General for opening remark. Thank you so much, Dr. Nkundwe. I have few takeaway from your opening remark, but obviously I would like to mention just one. Obviously, you encouraged about you said about the forum are two-way discussion. So obviously, I would like to encourage all participants. Please be active, engaged, as the DG has told us, in a two-way discussion. So all participants, please, during these 2 days, share your insights, ask your questions, and collaborate with fellow participants and speakers. As you can see, we have guest speakers for these 2 days, so please get active, engaged. Before we move to the next session, I would like the high table guests, if you can move forward to the respect seats so we can begin our session. So it's going to be like 5 minutes. Yeah. So before we move in, I've been reminded, so we're going to have some few pictures with the guest of honor and the board chairman and our guest speakers. So just few photos. If we can stand in front here while we are moving the tables. The next photo will be a photo with all, maybe part of the women in cybersecurity, if you can come in groups, so we can take a photo where we are getting prepared for the next session. So women in cybersecurity, please, in groups, come forward, take a picture with the guest of honor. Just in groups, and then we'll take the first group. And the next group, please. Next group, please. Women in cybersecurity. And the last group, please. Yeah. And we'll have another 3 photo for all participants who would like to take a photo with the guest of honor and high table. So anyone like to take a photo? We're going to have another 3 photo session. Only 3 photo. Thank you. Picha mbili zingine za upendeleo. That will be the first group, and then we're going to have another 2 groups. Thank you. These are memories. Thank you. Oops. Okay, thank you so much. Please proceed to them. Yes, your turn now. I'll introduce you and I'll call you. Our first presentation today is from our guest lecturer, Dr. Tino Neumann, a data protection specialist and advisor from Germany. He will be addressing the challenge in data protection, safeguarding trust and inclusivity in the digital realm. A round of applause to Dr. Tino. Most welcome.
Yeah, thank you all, and good morning. I'm one of the governmental experts Marcus mentioned, and I'm from the German Data Protection Authority. And to be honest, I'm a legal expert. I'm not an IT expert, but still I think it can be useful when I share my experience with you regarding data protection. So the title of my presentation is Safeguarding Trust and Inclusivity in the Digital Realm. It's not only cybersecurity that provides trust, at least it's our experience in Germany and in Europe, that also data protection provides trust. And it's not the same. There will be a slide, what's the difference? But it's just a spoiler, there is a difference. And I'm with the German Data Protection Authority for many years, and I've been working abroad as well. So I think I can give you some remarks that might be useful for you. That's the project, the resident twinning advisor for the actual twinning project mentioned. It's Digital for Tanzania. It's an e-governance support program, that's the title of it. So, Marcus, I hope I promised not too much, but just in case you need some support, you can contact him. He's the contact person for the twinning project, and we will see if he can manage it to support like your authority or your company. Okay, next slide is about German data protection. And why is it about German data protection? Because data protection was like invented by Germany. The first data protection law worldwide is a German one. It was in the federal state of Hesse, and it was as early as 1970. No one was really aware of data protection, but in Germany, it's a federal state that was aware of it. It was not a data protection law as we know it now, as you have it now. It was a real small one. It consisted of only, I guess it was 15 sections, and there was no supervising authority. It was just some guidelines how to process data legal-wise. You might even consider the medical oath from ancient times as the first data protection regulation, because it says you're not allowed, as a medical doctor, to submit data of your patients to any third person, which is basically data protection. It's not cybersecurity, I'm quite sure, but it is data protection. It's about personal data. The 1 year after the federal state law, there was the Federal Data Protection Act in 1971, and this one was more comprehensive. It established the principles of data protection and set out the rights and responsibilities of data controllers and processors. Even the idea that there are controllers and processors who process data on behalf of a controller was included. And it also created the Federal Commissioner for Data Protection, which was and still is, of course, responsible for enforcing the data protection law in Germany. So it's not only the oldest data protection law, it's also the oldest data protection authority worldwide, which was implemented in Germany. I'm a lawyer, so I will mention decisions. It was a landmark case in 1983. It's the so-called Volkszählungsurteil. It's about a census decision. There was a census in 1980s in Germany, and the government wanted to collect many data. And the people were not happy about it, and they sued the government. You're not allowed the data to collect the data since it is not necessary. So, and it went up to the Constitutional Court, and there was even a consensus verdict of the Constitutional Court that there is a fundamental right, a human right, even if it was not in the Constitution at all. The Constitutional Court decided there must be a constitutional right dealing with data protection. The actual title is that it's a self-determination of information, or in simple terms, the principle that individuals have the power to decide when and to what extent personal information is processed. So that's the basic idea of data protection. This is still the basic idea of data protection, and we have defined it in Germany in 1983. And then, as you all know, it became, there was a new law on the European level, the GDPR, you all know about, I'm quite sure. It was rolled out in 2018, but it has 70 or even more than 70 opening clauses, meaning that there is still national law. The lawmaking process at the European level is quite complex. It starts with a draft from the European Commission. Then the European Parliament makes its remarks, and then it's up to the European Council to find the final version. And the European Council is not like an original European institution or European Union institution. It consists of the governments of the member states. So then there was a big discussion, and there was an ongoing big discussion, and there was no conclusion, no arrangement on all sections of the draft from the Commission. So that's why there are many opening clauses. So the GDPR itself does not cover all data protection questions. in many cases, it's up to the member states to have their own laws. So for instance, regarding labor law, how to process data from employees, or regarding telecommunication, or regarding churches. Churches have their own data protection law in Europe. As long as they had a data protection law in 2018, they may keep their data protection law. So there are many exclusions, but still it's the GDPR, which is known worldwide now. It was used as a blueprint in many other countries, even the United States, to have a data protection law according to the GDPR. In some points, it's even stricter than the GDPR, specifically the California data protection law. Yeah, that's the way how we have to deal with it in Germany. So that's the slide I was already mentioning at the beginning. Data protection, cybersecurity. Is it the same? Is it not the same? Is there any difference? So it starts, data protection as well as cybersecurity starts with appropriate technical or organizational measures. I use these actions from your data protection law, since it is almost the same as the European one. So it's section 27 of your law. So there is a need, you know it all as you are cybersecurity experts, like to have proper backups, to use encryption, to use encrypted databases, to use encrypted communication, maybe only on the transport layer or also on the content layer. So that's all technical measures. Organizational measures might be to raise awareness among the employees of a certain company or of a public authority, or to have proper guidelines in place that the employees have to follow. So it's in most cases, data breaches do not arise from missing technical measures. They arise from human behavior, which was wrong. So I would really highlight the need for organizational measures, not only technical measures. So now there is a difference. For an IT expert, it would be the best if no one can interfere his data. The company he's working for, the public authority, of course, he might work with the data, process the data, but no one from outside. It might be even a threat to the IT security. Someone from outside will have access to the data in a certain database from a company or a public authority. But then we have data protection. And data protection says data subjects, your data, their data you are processing, they have rights. I will come to these rights on the next slide, but this is a fundamental difference, at least from a European perspective, between cybersecurity and data protection. But both build trust. It's not only cybersecurity building trust, it's also the rights of the data subject building trust, so that people know they can access data. So then you as government, or even also as a company, you need data from people, from data subjects. And people are more like willing to give data to you if they know they have rights to access the data, to check if the data are processed according to the law. So that's what data protection is about. So on the other side, the cybersecurity does include not only personal data, but also non-personal data. So for instance, business secrets, which is in the most cases no personal data, is covered by cybersecurity, but not by data protection law. So as you see, there is a huge common base for both cybersecurity and data protection, but there is something which is more in both aspects. So next one is about the rights of the data subjects. Our recommendation, in fact, in Europe, it is a legal provision that you have to implement the rights of the data subjects from the very beginning, implementing a new software or new system. So the Article 25 of the GDPR states that there has to be a data protection by design and by default. So to give you an example, what does data protection by design mean? If you plan to install a new software and the software does not provide for retention periods, then it is not data protection by design, because then you keep all data for an indefinite period of time, and that is not in line with data protection law. So if there is no way to implement retention periods, it is not data protection by design. Data protection by default might mean you buy new software and there's a standard password. You get it with the delivery of the software, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone gets the same password, and then you can use it without changing the password. That is not data protection by default. The default should be that you can use password only once, and the next time you have to change the password. So we have cases in Germany, or we had cases before the GDPR, that the password was not changed. So everyone who was inside the actual intranet could access the data when he had the knowledge of the default standard password. And that should not happen, of course. So what does your law say about the rights of data subject? It starts with Section 5, letter E. Then you are not allowed to process or to store data longer than it is necessary for the purposes for which the personal data is processed. So that is like an introduction to the next one, which states there have to be retention periods. So that's sections 18 and 28 of your data protection law. Data subjects have the right that authorities or public companies erase their data once they are not needed anymore, and even destruct the data. So when it comes to destruction of the data, it's common in Germany that companies only think or only have the data in databases in mind. But if you use a printer, which is integrated in a network, it's most common that the printer have a hard drive, and all data which was printed is still on the hard drive, depending on the manufacturer. It differs from any brand to another. It's still on the hard drive, and if you sell the printer, or it's a rented one, you give it back, the data is still on the hard drive, and it's up to you as a controller to take care that the data is deleted. Yeah, on the retention periods of personal data, it's a huge problem in Germany. In many cases, at least in Germany, to be honest, I don't know about your law, but in Germany and in Europe, in many cases, there are retention periods in the actual laws. So like for different purposes, there are different retention periods. But there are many, many cases without retention periods in the law. How to deal with it? That does not mean you can keep the data for an indefinite period. It means that you or some organization has to define retention periods based on no longer than it's necessary for the purposes for which the personal data is processed. So you have to think about it. How long do I need the data? And then you have to define retention periods. But even after the retention period, at least in Germany, you're not allowed to just erase the data. You have to ask the National Archive or the State Archive or the Municipality Archive if they are interested in the data. Only if the archives gives you permission to delete the data, then you can delete the data. So the next one is the right of access to personal data. This is, from my perspective, the most important point in building trust for data subjects, that they give you the data you need for fulfilling your tasks as a company or as a public authority. Yeah. There are two ways in Germany how to actually access the data. You can get like a written overview, of course, also in a digital way, or you get actual copies of your data. So both is possible. And at the end, there is rectification, correction of personal data. Once the data subject proves to you that the data you store about a certain person is not correct, then you have to correct the data. So what is the current situation regarding data protection? EU, Germany, on the European level, there is a GDPR mentioned earlier, but it's not the only data protection law. On European level, there are many. I just have the e-privacy directive because today is about cybersecurity. And as I mentioned earlier, there are many opening clauses. So there are many national provisions relating to specific processing situations. In Germany, there's a bunch of it. I guess it's almost 100 now, dealing with specific processing situations. When it comes to the supervisory authority, first of all, we have the national supervisory authorities. That's the highest authorities in Europe. There is no like European supervisor, which is prior to the national ones. There is not. It's the European Data Protection Board, but it's like a working group of all the national supervisor authorities, but not superior to the national authorities. So as far as I found out in Tanzania, there is the new Personal Data Protection Act. It is from last year. So I was reading it, and it's not up to me to judge, of course, but I'm fine with it, yes. But I don't know if there is any specific law. Maybe it might be a question for the panel. Do you have any specific data protection law, like retention periods, something like it? And you have the Personal Data Protection Commission. We could happily, Marcus and I, watch the inauguration ceremony yesterday. It was really impressive. So basically, you are on the same level as we are in Europe, would I say. So, but it's not only about data protection. There's a European data strategy, which started with data protection. But the idea of the European data strategy is to make the EU a role model for society empowered by data, which makes sense to me if you keep in mind that like the large companies like Facebook or Meta now, they don't produce anything. They just collect data and process data. So there's a saying that the personal data is a new gold. And when you look at the stock market, it might be even true. But it might be also wishful thinking that the European Union has a role model for those issues, since you know as well as I do that all the large internet companies are based not in Europe, they are based outside Europe. But still, that's the approach of the European Union, that we have a single market for all the different countries in Europe, and we want to have the data flow freely within the European Union market and across sectors for the benefit of businesses, researchers, and public administration. So that's the European data strategy. So I said it's not only the data protection law, this was just the start. There is an evaluation of the general data protection regulation. You can find out about it once you follow the link. It's no surprise that there is a need for amendments. They are not done yet, they're not even drafted yet, but it's pretty sure that there will be amendments to the actual data protection law according to the practice, to the feedbacks from the actual controllers. I mentioned earlier the e-privacy directive. There should be an e-privacy regulation. So what's the difference between a directive, between an existing directive and an upcoming regulation? A directive is a framework, a European framework, and within that framework, the national parliaments may have their own laws. So as a controller, you have to follow basically the national law, which has to be in line with a directive. The regulation, on the other hand, is binding law. So there is no national law, except there are opening clauses. And there is no e-privacy regulation until now, since the debate started with the GDPR actually many years ago, and the debate is not, it's still ongoing because it's a very delicate matter. Then we have the Digital Markets Act, which provides for so-called gatekeepers, which do business in Europe, to be online with European provisions from the Digital Markets Act. The gatekeepers are namely Alphabet, formerly Google, Amazon, Apple, ByteDance, it's from TikTok, Meta, and Microsoft. So then there's a new drafted AI Act. It's still within the European member states. They have to agree to it, and it's not done yet. The discussion is still ongoing. But the basic structure is that there are different levels of AI. And on the highest level, it will be considered as an unacceptable risk, the use of AI. So if you manipulate human behavior, so that use real-time remote biometric identification, like facial recognition in public spaces, and used for social scoring, ranking people based on their personal characteristics, socioeconomic status, or behavior. So if it's one of those, it would be considered illegal with the actual draft of the AI Act. Then there is high-risk AI. It's about AI systems used in health, education, recruitment, critical infrastructure, management, law enforcement, or justice. Then it's not forbidden, of course, but it's subject to obligations of quality, transparency, human supervision, and security. Once this one is secured, you might use AI. And then the most common one, it's called general purpose AI. The most famous one is ChatGPT. They are just subject to transparency requirements, so it's basically legal. Okay, now you know there are requirements of data protection law, how you deal with it. In Article 26 of the General Data Protection Regulation, as well as in Section 65 of your data protection law, as I read it, there's a recommendation for data protection impact assessment. So the data protection impact assessment in Europe is only necessary if there is high risk in place. So for instance, you process very sensitive data. And what is the DPIA about? It's an instrument to describe, assess, and mitigate risks for the rights and freedoms of natural persons in relating to the processing of personal data. Maybe you know it from an IT background. It's part of an ISO, but the focus of the ISO is not, it's security, it's not data protection, so it's a different one. And you have to review the processing operations with high risk before you start a certain system. So when to perform a DPIA, the GDPR gives explanations what might be high risks. The first one is systematic and extensive evaluation based on automated processing or profiling on which decisions with significant effects for the data subjects are based. So it happens mostly in recruitment processes. I will have an example on the next slide. Other one is the processing large scale of special categories of data relating to criminal convictions. And the last one, systematic monitoring of publicly accessible area on large scale, so with video surveillance. So who is in charge for the assessment? According to the law, it's the controller. But more precise, the management or the CEO of a certain company must assign the task to a unit for carrying it out. It might be the data protection officer. So even in your law, it's section 27. According to your law, you have to appoint a data protection officer. It's like the person who is responsible for data protection in your authority or company. And he, of course, or she has to be involved. We recommend to form a team consisting of the IT or IT security officer, if you have one, the department or the division which is responsible for the actual processing operation, and of course the data protection officer. So how does it work? I'm not sure if you can read it. Once you have a new processing or substantial modification of an existing processing activity, then you start. First you go to the gray areas. Was a DBIA already performed for a comparable risk? Or is the processing activity on a whitelist? Then there's no need for DBIA. A whitelist might be provided by the Data Protection Commission as well as a blacklist for processing operations without high risk. So next step, you have to find out if the processing operation will occur on high risk. Then you go to the next slide, and the DBIA core process starts. You have to describe what's actually going on with your new software, and you have to make an assessment of the necessity, proportionality, and the risk of the processing activity, and according to that, you have to make an assessment of the migration measures. And once the migration measures are fine, then the outcome of the DBIA is that it is acceptable to use that certain software. Otherwise, it's not acceptable. Then you can ask the Data Protection Commission for advice. It's the so-called prior consultation. So that's the example scenarios I was talking earlier about. So a company with 200 employees intends to analyze by electronic means in which of its departments the employees are on sick leave and for how long. So that's a scenario where there is a need for DBIA. Another one is the video surveillance that uses facial recognition for security reasons. It's using sensitive data. Also a need for DBIA according to European law. And the company that processes health data wants to enable teleworking for some of its employees, and so they can access the data via the internet. It's also dealing with health data, so it's also a need for DBIA. And there's a completely new idea. It's the so-called joint controllers. It's not in your law, but still I recommend to make use of it. So an example might be you have a video surveillance in a certain city area, and the data which results from the video surveillance might be accessed by a municipality as well as by the police, might be even private companies. So that is a case for a joint controller, and the idea behind the joint controller is that this data subject knows who to talk to if he wants to exercise the data subject's rights. So if there are more controllers involved, it's hard to find out for them. So according to European law, you have to define, if there are many controllers, who's responsible for what. Who is responsible for giving access to the data stored in the common database, like in my example, in the database with the video surveillance. And the European Court of Justice even decided that Meta or Facebook is a joint controller. So once you have a fan page on Facebook or on other social network, you are a joint controller. And the European Court of Justice even decided if Facebook processes data illegal, which it does, according to the European Court of Justice, you are also responsible, since you are using data. That's enough for you to be also responsible for all the things Meta does. Well, it's a settled case law from the European Court of Justice. There are many judgments. The first one was in 2018, and it was, of course, a German company that was suing the German Data Protection Authority, and it went up to the European Court of Justice. So the problem with Meta is it's the quite recent decision from last year. It's about the consent. Meta processes data for their own purposes. So it's not necessary to process data. At least that's the outcome of the judgment of the European Court of Justice. So Facebook needs the consent of the data subjects, or of you having a fan page at Facebook. But the consent is not transparent enough. And it does not mention all processing operations. So the European Court of Justice ruled the consent is not valid. So that's why the processing of data by Facebook is illegal. We will see what will be the next step. Facebook already amended its consent banner, but yeah, we have to check if it's enough or not. So another Facebook issue, the German Federal Data Protection Commissioner ordered the German government to take down its Facebook page over the mentioned data privacy concerns. So what happened? Of course, the German government sued the Data Protection Commissioner, and it's a quite recent case, so it's still on the first level. I'm sure it will go also up to the European Court of Justice. So we will see what will happen next. And there's another one from the European Data Protection Supervisor, not to confuse with the European Data Protection Board. The European Data Protection Supervisor is a supervisory authority for all the European Union authorities. And that's all. And the EDPS found out that the use of Microsoft 365 is illegal, because Microsoft uses all your data, all your metadata for own purposes, not for your purposes, but for own purposes, to implement new functions, might be new buttons, whatever might arise from the metadata. That's also quite recent. It's even from March this year, and also of course, the European Commission sued the European Data Protection Commissioner, so we will see what will happen next. So, I hope it was not too much legal content, but please feel free to ask questions, do not hesitate, if you have some. Say again? Yeah, I'm finished. Oh, oh sorry, I didn't mention it.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Tino, for that presentation. I think you can sit over there. We start the discussion. And like the way we said before, this is a forum. We are supposed to have a two-way conversation. A two-way conversation, every point is the important point. What is presented to us is something, I think, quite new but very important. You have seen yourself from his presentation that there's aspects of data protection that resonate with cybersecurity, because for data to be trusted, integrity of data to be of high level, there must be aspects of cybersecurity. So I welcome anyone that have any question to him, so that we'll start to discuss together. Oh, Maki.
Thank you. Tino, really thank you for the presentation, and I have a question which is coming, that did I understood correctly that you were saying that data protection is the other side of the coin of the cybersecurity, like in a sense that they go hand in hand. This is one coin which is enabling and developing trust in a cybersecurity, in digital society. But I was thinking that I also, in between the lines, read, but maybe you can elaborate this, that you are also referring to that the data protection in correlation or together with the cybersecurity are also basis for digital sovereignty of every nation, in a sense that data protection and the government, who's the guardian of the data, quite so often also look these angles or these aspects from the data sovereignty and from the national pride perspective. Am I correct, and can you elaborate on this?
Thank you, Marcus. Please.
I appreciate your comment, but the data protection does not explicitly address the sovereignty, but it might be a side effect, as you can see from the Microsoft and the Facebook issues. But of course, data protection authorities support sovereignty. I don't know about Estonia, maybe you're ahead of Germany, you're smaller. But in Germany, we are about to have our own cloud, so we don't have to use like the Google or Amazon or Azure cloud anymore. But maybe it comes from data protection, but it's not addressed by the data protection law. As long as it's in line with data protection law, you can use other clouds as well. But in most cases, it is not. That's why it's better to have your own cloud.
Maybe I can just add a question on top of that. Is in a situation of a country, like some of the countries in Africa, where you find most of the data of citizens is residing in those big 5 tech companies. So the data protection law there, how does it apply?
It does apply, of course.
Now, can it cross the border?
There are some sections in your law. I didn't completely understood it so far, but according to the European law, it can cross the border once a certain country is considered as safe data protection-wise. And once it is considered safe, then there's no problem. We have like an agreement with the United States where all the global players are situated. And the agreement means that the companies have to sign, like digital sign a contract that they follow European data protection law, but we don't have considered the United States as safe as all. It's just certain companies. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, Prof.
Yeah, I have to thank Dr. Teno for enlightening us on this matter of data protection. But then I have a concern, and I don't know if you can help us on that. If you mentioned, in your lecture you mentioned Facebook and the likes of Google, Microsoft, Twitter, and you'll find that all these data processing and data capturing digital platforms are American.
Yeah.
None of it is European.
Yeah.
Then my concern is what power? Isn't there a limitation of power on the part of Europe? And I'm mentioning Europe in this respect as a big and technologically developed part of the world. What power do they have if at all Americans decide to go rogue, not to follow your acts and just to do what they deem to be fit for them?
Basically, it's about money. And once they want to make money in Europe, they have to follow European regulations. And so far they do. As long as there is a judgment of a European Court of Justice, so Facebook, for instance, changed the consent banner. And also the Azure cloud is not only in America, they now have databases in Europe as well. So we have some power, but of course you are completely right. It's a problem, even for like a large community like the European Union. But that's the new approach of the General Data Protection Law, the GDPR, that it covers all companies making business in Europe. It was not the case with the former data protection law, but now once an American or whatever company wants to make business in Europe, they have to follow the European regulations, and they do after there is a decision of the European Court of Justice.
Margus, I think you have something to add?
Yeah, I would really kindly also add and comment on top of that, and maybe if I'm mistaken, the doctor, maybe you can correct me, but as really rightfully Dr. Dino said, that it's about money at the end of the day. Because all of those businesses who are processing data, providing cloud services, whatnot, then everything in a word should be according to the law. So basically, it's a rule of law. And rule of law is the basis of contractual relations between either person and the company, or company and company, or company and government. So everything is rule of law, and at the end of the day, if the rule of law has been set, then if there are any disputes or leaks or anything, it will become legally binding, which means that if the rules and laws have been breached, then usually it's taken court, then in a court there will be fines assigned and so on. So it becomes a budgetary matter of whoever is processing those data. And yes, as Dina also said, Dr. Dina said that Europe is in this kind of a situation. Then we have a common market in Europe, like we have 27 member states who have a common market, and because that there is a certain purchasing power, and if there is a regulatory alignment, then it provides you additional angle to apply those regulations and agreed agreements. And it also has become a matter of international trade negotiations, either between the countries, and even if we are talking outside of the European context, then whatever bilateral trade negotiations there are, then nowadays we can see that there is a new sections of those regulatory or these trade negotiations, which is about data exchange. Is it either the personal data or is it about non-personal data? But there is always nowadays also a section of how the data is tackled. In my presentation tomorrow, I will be also talking a bit about data-free trade zones and the global aspects of data exchange and how it affects cybersecurity paradigms and overall digital economies. But as a matter of fact, data, as Dr. Nukunda said, has become a new lubricant of the businesses and so forth. So it always comes down to the trade agreements, to the businesses, and follow the money, as, as it has been said. So where is the data? There is also some sort of a business model behind of it. If there is a business model, then it should go according to the laws and regulations and agreements which the societies have made. And this is the how to say, long arm of the governments, how to make this data usage, data collection and processing in a reasonable way for the citizens.
Thank you very much, Maki. Any other Prof?
And now, I am directing this matter to you, Mangus, because you have elaborated. But then, I'm still worried. When you come to, let's say, mechanical engineering, Europe has its own industry and autonomy. You come to pharmaceuticals and all these kind of industries, technology. But when it comes to digital, it really looks to me that Europe relegated all this to America. I don't see a European company in digital technology that is as strong as these American ones. And when we are talking about these data protection, security and whatever, this is a real concern, I think. So isn't Europe concerned, and why did Europe lag behind, particularly in this technology and not in any other technology? I think.
Thank you for this. It's a really good pointer, and this is also something which we are also concerned about in Europe. But nevertheless, what Europe as a continent, not mentioning any specific country, but as a region, has been really good is actually a science. So many of those groundbreaking discoveries and technological science level research is actually originating from Europe. So is it either processors, design, or so on? There are many companies who are actually producing Europe the ground technology which enables to produce chips, for example. There are like a Dutch company which is actually developing this equipment which actually enables other produce chips. Or there is some groundbreaking fundamental research on the energy and ICTs technologies, cybersecurity, cryptography, and so forth. So I think that Europe definitely on consumer level is lacking those types of big giants like Google and so forth. So European offer for the global market has been a bit different and more on the fundamental levels, let's put it this way. But we see, fortunately, we see emerging how to say, startup ecosystem coming also on the cybersecurity. I would say that many of the global security companies which are upcoming are with European origins. So I see the future from European perspective in a light way. So I see a light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm really hopeful that this is not a train. But for me it seems that the fundamental research always needs to happen, and thanks to the structures of Europe, thanks to the structures of European taxpayers and universities, then Europe is investing heavily into fundamental research, which is enabling also other companies to grow globally. And usually it is some way or another way licensed. For example, I'm pretty sure that there is also Huawei is doing tremendous collaboration with European universities and so forth. So it is I don't like this saying, but I need to use this cross-fertilizing the industry in this sense that it's less visible but more like of a ground setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Maki. Mr. Kipero. Okay.
Now, from what you talked about Europe, this forum is full of Tanzanian youth. When we are talking of data protection, cyber security, and the trend of the world, and the strength and the value of data, the danger that you are saying that you see and that Europe has already noted, and they are working to remedy it, and at least Europe is somehow part of this technology. But we in Africa, particularly in Tanzania, my take would be, we cannot be complacent of talking of cyber security and data security if we don't translate our mind and direct our effort of the young youth towards the technological part of chips, software. The entire part of digital technology must be of self-dependent from the scratch, and that's what I'm taking from you.
Thank you, and I use this kind of opportunity to come and talk, come to the discussion which we're going to have tomorrow with Dr. Nukunda, and we are talking about how cybersecurity actually can be an enabler for the overall digital economy and so on, because there are some aspects which will answer those areas which we are discussing now here. Sorry, Dr. Dino, we are taking off track of this discussion. But saying that is that I think that also what Europe has been a really driver for is the movement of open source and collaborative work on digitalization of the source code, of the research and so on, and making it open source so that other communities could reuse, build on top of that, also has strong origins from Europe. For example, Linux Foundation actually origins from Finland and so forth. So the case is that I think that whoever is doing something in some area, then it's nowadays inevitable that you are reusing open source components. You can develop based on the open source new products to additional innovation and so forth. So this is also what I will be talking on my tomorrow's presentation. So I think that there is an opportunity for everybody if we put our heads and minds together and collaborate, because digital society is becoming global. It is affecting all of us, and there are tremendous opportunities also for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you very much, Mr. Kipele there.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Tino for the good presentation. My concern is on the Artificial Intelligence Act. You talked that currently there is an issue of unacceptable risk. So I would like to know, how do you deal with this issue, this risk in this artificial intelligence era?
I mean, it's still just a draft. The saying is that in America they develop artificial intelligence, in Europe we make the laws. So it's not really, I'm not really happy about it, but still it's the same with all the other companies. Once an AI company wants to make money in Europe, it has to follow the European rules. And what happens, if I got your question right, is when there is an unacceptable risk. So if the regulation I presented to you will come into force, then it will be illegal. So, and once you use unacceptable AI technology, there will be a hefty fine, I'm quite sure. I mean, there are fines about millions and millions of euros against Facebook, and it will be the same with the AI companies. So it might be the case that they might offer products in America which will be considered legal in America, but they will be considered illegal in Europe or somewhere else. I don't know. No.
I also have a question. I was following up your presentation, fantastic presentation, like the way I said before. But according to the definition of data processors, I start to feel like basically we are going to have a lot of companies in one or another, they are processing data, personal data of some people. Now, can you just share the experience of Germany? How do you do compliance check? Is there an organization that does that, or you subcontract startup companies to do that on behalf of you, or what? Because I see, like, if we can do outsourcing, maybe it can be an opportunity for startup companies to be able to check the compliance of all those data processors. Can you share on that?
To be honest, I'm not sure about your law, but in the GDPR, there's a provision that there has to be a contract from the actual controller and the processor. And in the contract, it has to be written down that, for instance, the subcontractor may not use the data for own purposes, what are technical measures, and then there's no problem. But the responsibility, like for data breaches, still lies within the data controller. So he's interested to make compliance checks.
But from the government point of view, how can they be sure that there's a breach there? Because you know there are some people that cannot report themselves that there is a breach, basically.
But you can never be sure, to be honest.
Oh, all right.
But you have to carefully choose your subcontractor.
Okay.
I mean, in Germany, it's not our approach that the government itself is more aware of cybersecurity than the subcontractor. That's not the case in Germany.
Okay.
So that's not a problem.
Sure. Any other question, comments? Yes. The gentleman there.
Thank you. My name is Justus. I just want to stress that you mentioned on multiple occasions that you're a lawyer, you're not a cybersecurity expert. So I'm going to ask you a question about, in terms of African context, because you explained a lot about how FDPA evolved and how GDPR came about and how you in Germany and in Europe in general are kind of implementing this strategy. So my question will be like, how can data protection regulations be implemented in Africa regarding the variety of levels in terms of digital infrastructure? Because we understand that Africa is still evolving, and we have one advantage of leapfrogging, meaning of taking advantage and jumping steps that Europe, for example, went through and kind of realized these are the steps that you shouldn't have taken. We have the chance now to kind of jump through those steps. So like, how can Africa, in terms of African context and our digital infrastructure, implement these regulations that we are putting in place?
Okay. Thank you. As a lawyer, I would recommend to make not too many laws. In Germany, we have a law like for every specific situation. The GDPR consists of more than 100 articles. Your data protection law is like, it's 50 or even less sections, and you are fine with it. I guess you found like your African way how to deal with the digitalization. You don't have to make it as complex as we do it in Europe. I mean, you don't have to follow Germany or Europe. In this case, in this specific case, I would say it's not the best idea. So then you have a complexity you have to deal with, and maybe you want to add something about the African way. You are the resident twinning advisor.
Something?
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, like every case is different, and also like, I mean, Africa is a really diverse continent, and also like if we look at Europe, our approach is also, nevertheless, we, for example, if you look at the cybersecurity or we look at the data protection, then we have the directives. In Europe, we have directives which are common, which are
as it's a directive. It gives you direction which way to run, but it doesn't tell you how to implement it in a sense. So it's pretty much in many cases member states in European Union have their own right. It's a matter of subsidiarity, like in a sense that how to do certain implementation practices, how you develop those and so on. And this has been put down in a such way because we know that also within Europe, like we are really different. I am from northeast of Europe, I'm from Estonia, and our approach can be seen in the eyes of German data protection guys that we are data hippies. So in a sense that we are sharing it out like a free love. So like the hippies said. But that's another thing. But the case is that I think that there are many good, like whatever you take from Europe, like for example, if you take the data protection regulation or some other regulation, then there is one good thing about them. And the good thing is that these regulations have been negotiated between 27 states. So in this sense, that this is a huge compromise in a sense that what has put forward. So many corners have been cut. So it is not so rigid as maybe, I don't know, Germans would like to have it. and it is not as free as Estonians would like to have it. So in a sense, it is kind of a middle ground of something. So I mean, there's something to learn from that, but cultural context and local implementation, let's say, approaches definitely need to be taken into consideration. So there is no single truth out there, rather than that whatever is taken from, like it's like always, like if you take something from which is foreign, then it's never fully yours if you don't, you know, make it your own. So I think that whatever has done in Europe should not be applied one-to-one. I mean, it's just not a good practice. So I would rather say that it's a good source of ideas, but you can find really good source of ideas also from Australia or any other democratic society which is there. Because I believe that, and why should look towards democratic societies, is that democratic society as such itself provides a forum for a discussion. So there is no one director who says that it needs to be something like this. So those principles and practices from around the world, is it from Korea? New Zealand is a really interesting example, by the way. I truly recommend you to take a look at the New Zealand, whatever they do there in the down in the corner there. But this is really cutting edge and really interesting what they do there. So collect those ideas and see how it can be applied, and this is where the national ingenuity and the national expertise comes into play, because every situation is actually different.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you very much. I have another question. You bear with me. Since ICT Commission's role is to ensure that we build an entrepreneurship culture, especially digital entrepreneurship, so that we have as many as startup as we can, because we believe those are the ones that are going to create job and also to make sure that ICT contribute to our GDP. Now, what is the cost of compliance based on experience of Germany, and how is going to affect startups? Because you know there are some laws which are passed, and you'll find that it's only big companies that will be able to comply with it. And maybe there can be a burden, or it can be a barrier for startups to grow and to be big companies. Can you shed point about that?
In Germany or in Europe, it depends of the kind of data the startups are processing. Once it's no sensitive data, there is no like compliance procedure. They can just start processing data. The data protection impact assessment I was mentioning in my slides does only apply to high-risk processing of personal data. So if you have like a startup, I don't know what kind of startup you have in mind.
Like for example, I know there are startups which are dealing with medical records.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then so there is a need for compliance.
So how is the cost? That's my issue. Is it going to help them grow, or is going to help them to not go through the valley of death?
I'm from a data protection authority. Of course, it helps them grow. Maybe they have another approach. Maybe you have another approach. But basically, they know they have to be compliant with the law. Okay. So they have to find out anyway, and they put it on paper. That's the compliant procedure for such small companies in Germany. So it doesn't cost it does not cost very much. Okay. In Germany, it's also in Europe, there's a possibility that you have like an external data protection officer, which is quite a good business model in Germany. It's like, it might be engineers, it might be lawyers, and they do all the compliance stuff for you. And the more they do it, the more experience they have, the cheaper it gets.
Sure. Yes, Mr. Kalinga.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tino, sorry. And my name is Brian from Communication Regulator. My focus in cybersecurity is awareness, and you talking about data protection and focusing on the issue of safeguarding the trust, and having, you know, through this discussion that the motive for the data protection and all the efforts around is monetary, is to just make sure that there is the citizens are benefiting from the data that is collected. So I think there are two things that I want to hear your experience from. From your presentation, I've seen joint ventures or joint controls, Meta. I'm not sure how far you've gone through other platforms. I think you mentioned also Microsoft.
Yeah.
In all this effort, has Europe or German, case in point, have you now realized maybe an increase of benefit to the citizens? Because I say this because in Tanzania or in Africa and this part of the world, we have our digital literacy is a little bit low, but we have many youth who are content creating. They're creating content. They're not really benefiting from the content they're producing. One being reason is the language that is used is Swahili. Maybe we share, maybe most of the citizens are also using the German language. But most of these platforms are more inclined into English. Yeah. So I wanted to also to see how, as these efforts, have they produced an impact that is seen to the citizens, but also if you can share how can we also get to the place where we joint venture any advice with these big platforms, so that our citizens can also gain something from them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Markus can add something, because the situation is completely different in Estonia and in Germany. In Germany, the people do not trust in digitalization. It's mostly because you can read almost every day about data breaches, and they know the data is stored in the United States in many, many cases. So they don't trust digitalization. So that's why the American companies, all of them, have data centers now in Germany or in Europe. So that's good for the citizens, of course. But maybe, Markus, the Estonian experience is completely different.
Yes, and that brings us back to the cultural differences and cultural backgrounds also, because it's a matter of trust in general. Like, the overall population has this type of a trust relation with the government whatsoever. If there are historical, I don't know, happenings which have breached that trust tremendously towards the citizens, then this is really difficult to bring back. So like there are two aspects which I would like to bring into the discussion. One is the cyber hygiene matter, and then there's also a matter of transparency and how it also contributes to the overall trust environment. And the data protection and all the regulations around this also contribute this, because the legal certainty is always really important part. So it takes me to another lecture, sorry about this, but really quickly put is that people need to know that if they trust, and many cases people actually don't have a choice, because government is asking your information one way or another. So the attitude in Estonia, what we, at least it's my attitude and with some other people who have been talking with, is that if government wants to know anything about you, government will know about this, about you, whatever it is. If government wants to know, they have all the means. Now the question is that you as a citizen, if you provide them this information, then you would like to also that you would get something back from it, because otherwise, you know, secret services will get all this information, but you as a citizen still need to run from one office to another with piles of paper in order to prove that you are you. Now the question is now that if government will know anything about you which they wish, but they are not putting this data which they have into your service, then what use is it for you? So the attitude what has emerged in Estonia is that we rather share this data under the condition that everything is legally framed, that what we give to the government, but also the principles of once only and so forth are in place, which empower the data exchange in a way that it powers also citizens. So that if you go to the government office, you want to get anything done, then this data is actually asked not from you, but already existing government registers. So to lower the bureaucratic burden. And this is an incentive in a sense for the citizens also to provide this data to the government, that they know that next time if they need to deal with the government, then they don't need to run between the offices. Because if you are living in a rural area or something like this, those offices might be really far. Also the matter of trust of the paper procedures, because I mean if there is a paper archive, the only thing of protecting your data in the paper archive is the person sitting at the front door of this archive, and hopefully that somebody makes the entry into the logbook which is there. But with information systems you can apply additional technological measures in order to have an understanding who has been accessing or processing your data and so forth. So in Estonia, what we are truly relying on are the regulatory frameworks, so that the person knows that they have the right to ask, first of all, who has been being made inquiries about them, so that they know that their data is not violated. We have the National Citizen Portal where there is a data tracker in place. You can see that whoever has used information in the public registers, that who have had access and so forth. And if you see that in your mind there is some sort of a breach or violation of your data usage, you can always go to a court, and then the proceedings are done. We have cases when police officers have been tracking down their mistresses and stuff like this, but because there are like these types of logs and the information system in place, they get fined, sacked, punished. So, which otherwise, if it would have been on paper, like, who knows what's happening on this data. And the other thing is the transparency I was mentioning, that you need to give the empowering tools to the citizen to actually make or develop this understanding that how their data is used. So this trust between citizens, society, and the government actually takes time to build. And many countries, because of the cultural background also and so on, have different ways how to reach there. But I would say that it's going to be inevitable at one day or another, because nobody anymore wants to do their everyday work or submit the piles of papers to some offices in order to prove that you are you. So it's inevitable. And the cybersecurity perspective, because you were mentioned that you're working on the communication aspects of the cybersecurity. It is really important, I will be talking about this also later on, but the really important is the transparency and the whereabouts of the cyber hygiene. So basic stuff about having proper measures to protect your accounts and so forth. So these are really important aspects and definitely should be part already in not high school, but what's the mid school or whatever the school level is there, that this type of education should be in place. Because then people know how to protect themselves and so on from the overall digital society's hazards which might be out there. So yeah, I mean, this is my take. And just to comment on the startup thing that we were talking about before, is that I think that startups, if you have a startup, then usually startups have really straightforward answers. Depending, of course, what they do, but basically startups can develop their products based on synthetic data. So they don't need to develop their product based on the live data, but they can actually purchase and obtain synthetic data, which in its structure and in its essence is similar like live data, but it's meshed in a way that you cannot track down a specific origin of this data. And this synthetic data enables you to build your product, and when you are, let's say, market ready, you never know when the startups are market ready, but when you are almost market ready, then you also have some sort of a monetization model which already should start contributing on the measures which you need to put in place in order to actually protect this live data which you're now becoming handling. So these aspects really should be taken and thought by the startups on early on, because as we were saying, at the end of the day, it's a matter of money. And if data protection guys come to you and saying that you were not taking good care, you get fined, your startup is over. So in this sense, it's important matter, but I think that startups have been really engineering this in this perspective, that they are using synthetic data in order to develop their systems at the beginning.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Tino. Thank you very much for the nice presentation and the experience that you have shared with us. So let's move on. We still have two presentations, and then the discussion I'll give back to Tumaini.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, the Director General for ICTC, and also presenter, Dr. Tino Newman. Thank you so much for the insights about empowering a safe, sustainable, and inclusive cyberspace. Sorry, the microphone is not working properly. Our next presentation is a special presentation from Huawei, Tanzania. This is a special presentation, and I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Mohammed Ali Kat Hussein, who is representing from Huawei, Tanzania, and who will be presenting a special session to our session. Mr. Mohammed, karibu sana.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So hello everyone again. My name is Mohammed Ali Kat Hussein, and I am from Huawei, and today I'll be representing Huawei. So mostly today I'll be talking about how Huawei all the laws and acts. Okay. So, okay, sorry guys, I was asked to do something right now. Okay, let's do that.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities,
Guys, sorry, let's have a 2-minute
and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant
While
innovation.
we are waiting for Mr. Mohammed, I would like to
We believe in
remind you
open
again,
collaboration and partnership.
The washroom
We
behind.
care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Looks like we're tired, eh? My name is Yusuf Kileo, as you can see, and my Yusuf with this PH, I normally emphasize that because some people and now, as you have been told, I'm a cybersecurity and digital forensics. The challenging thing about me is that I was only trained in this area, cybersecurity and digital forensics. My bachelor was on this area, and then I did my master's on risk management in IT. Headline here. from Bank of Ireland. What happened to this incident? ATM were able to allow individuals to withdraw money that they do not have on their account. And I was looking at this incident on television the other day. Many people were rushing to those ATM machines to withdraw money during this incident, and it took a bit of time for them to resolve the problem. And the loss or the loss was significant, millions of pounds. People managed to get away with them. And I remember I spoke of this incident when it happened. And I told my colleagues that it happened in Ireland, Bank of Ireland. But in any case, since we have discovered people can do this, then the rest should pull up their socks. I receive a feedback that this happens, they are developed people, they have a lot of technology, people can do many things, they are targeted by individuals and so on. But unfortunately, the same incident knocked at our doorstep, Ethiopia. And I remember those who discovered this incident were students, university students, and you know how university students spread words. Everyone get to learn of it, and they started rushing to ATM machines and withdraw millions of money again that they do not have on their account. It was reported heavily by many media houses. I remind people again about this incident, that it is there, wake up, do something about it. They could not hear. It happened again at our doorstep. Fortunately, this time it was not on the news, but the bank reached me and told me of it. And they told me people are withdrawing money that they do not have on their account. So what am I trying to say? Now data breach has become a common occurrences. We really have a lot of problems. I support DNS abuse working group at ICANN. We normally discuss issues. I hear stories, I hear incidents. The number of incidents that happen each day is worrying. So we have a lot of discussion. We had a lot of discussions. There are 3 groups of initiatives that we come along with. I support NIST as well, Cybersecurity Working Group. So what happened? NIST came up with a framework that I'm going to at least share a little bit. And then there was critical security control that we thought they're important people to think of. And then we had the sentence declaration that we agreed on 11 things countries should do to make sure that they remain safe. So today I was asked to talk about those critical security controls. So I'll be going through them to see how we can go back to our organizations and start implementing one by one and see how we can be able to protect our critical infrastructure, our information and data. Now let me talk of these critical infrastructures. I was talking to my colleagues the other time in our meetings, and I said, we used to think cyber criminal only target our money and information. And I think that the notion we all have, that cyber criminal, they target money and information. But of late, we have seen a rising number of cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure, things like electricity, transportation, water, and many other critical infrastructure. I picked this one. It's from Russia. Then we have seen Iran, we have seen every country here have an issue. But apart from this, health sector as well happen to be also a victim. We have seen in the US, health sector recently was a victim. It was paralyzed. And I remember sometimes back we lost around 71 people due to ransomware attack. People managed to attack our critical infrastructure and hospitals and kill individuals that were receiving service in those hospitals. We have seen people stealing data, very sensitive data in our hospitals. And I remember of late, I spoke with our minister here. We agreed that we still also have this challenge. People report at low level, but also we need to think of our hospitals as well in Tanzania as one of the critical areas that we need also to focus, because we always forget hospitals. We pay attention to banks and other telecom companies. Now, this quickly I wanted to share with you. This is the framework. Companies should be able to identify, protect, detect, respond, and cover. And I give explanation because I have limited time. I won't go through each and every single details. But I want to speak of implementing those controls. When we talk about implementing controls, these are the things that I want you to understand. Number one, each and every organization needs to discover the information assets and estimate their values. Because we have different information, we have different assets, and probably they have different values, so we need to understand those values and the information that we probably have in our organizations. Here is where now you perform what we call risk assessment. And when you do risk assessment, you'll realize which of your area are most targeted. People are focusing on what data, what kind of asset. Is it transportation sector? Is it hospital? Is it where? Once you realize that, then you prioritize security controls around those most dangerous or the most targeted assets in your organizations. Then, after doing that, then you do what we call performing security control comparison. We normally have different controls, as I've said, different countries, blocks, and so on. We do come up along with a lot of controls. So you can come out, you can do the comparison of current security control that we have and other controls probably that exist in other countries or other regions. And after that, you will start pointing out the area that you want to do improvement, what area that you're going to improve or make some corrections to make sure that at least you meet the needed target, or you meet the needed target that we need every organization to meet, which is to protect your critical infrastructure, protect your data, protect your people, protect your money as well. Then you do the planning. Here is where you develop your planning to adapt the most valuable new security controls that you probably find in other blocks or other countries. Because when you talk about cybersecurity, we don't have to invent the wheels. Recently, I came up with a project called Child Online Protection, and I speak clearly that we're not the first one in the country. Other people have done it. So we're not going to reinvent the wheels. So once you plan your things, then you look at other people, what they have done, how they succeeded, how they failed, and so on. And then from there, you come along and see how you can improve yourself. And then from there, you improve your operational effectiveness for your existing controls. And after doing that, then you get what we call management endorsement. This is very, very important. When you speak about management endorsement, you cannot reach anywhere if top management do not support you. I always share this example. Let's talk about political wills. The current government pay much attention to ICT. We have Data Protection Act 2022. We have a lot of projects on ICT. For the first time, you had even the Ministry of ICT in Tanzania. Political will. So this is the time, or the right time, for us to do a lot of good things to make sure that our ICT and critical infrastructure and our security and systems are well checked, because we have this political will or management endorsement, that they agree or they want us to do more in this particular area. So this is very, very important. If you don't have political will or you don't have this management endorsement, they don't really understand what you're talking about, and they don't support you, you will never reach anywhere. So this is also very, very important. Make sure you you convince them to buy in your story and to give you support that you need. And always make sure you communicate your findings. This is very, very important, that we normally do mistakes here. And how do we communicate? They want, if they input 50,000, for example, for you to achieve a certain objective, what would be the output? Don't just allow them to give you money and you can't explain how you improved a certain situation from one point to another. I think this is a major problem that most people experience, and at the end they start saying, we are not really getting support that we need. And when you dig down, what happened, why they're not getting support, you realize it was because they were not communicating their findings properly. While you do improvement, while you do changes, while you do anything, make sure input and output, you communicate clearly for people to support you. Then implementation. When it comes to implementation, you start implementing the control that I'm going to talk of. And then you need to keep an eye on the trendings, because things keep on changing every now and then. For example, an ICT framework, it keeps on getting improved. Every time it was 4, now 5, then go on. They keep on changing and improve as the time goes on. The technology change, things change, the way criminal crime nowadays keep on changing as well. So I think we need to keep an eye on these trends and new challenges that we have in our organization. After that, now let me talk of those critical security controls. Number one, it looks like, number one, inventory of authorized and unauthorized devices. We normally have devices that we allow them to gain access to our system. And this is where now you find some organization, for example, they limit the USB port. People cannot put USB because we have this data loss. People, they can come and copy data in our USB through USB devices and go with them. I remember there was an incident. Someone copied files, but when they copied those files using USB, unfortunately, when they went to try to utilize it, they couldn't because of encryption and so on. So you need also, this is the first thing, you need to do inventory of the authorized and unauthorized device in your organization. After devices, then we have software. When we speak of software, when I was a student, even if we have a legit program that we want maybe to do a practical session with, we are unable to install unless we have those technical support to come and install those software for us. But I've seen most of organizations, some individuals, some employees in those organizations can just install different software. Some of them are malicious, some of them are not malicious. But then this becomes now a serious problem. And that's why this is very, very important. Make sure organizations should manage all the software that should be installed in our organizations. In fact, attackers mostly take advantage of vulnerable version of these software that can be installed in our devices. So if you allow everyone to install, then you put your organization at risk. So this is a second security control. After that, we have the configuration. You have the devices, yes. You have the software, yes. They're allowed. You choose them. You agree that you're going to use them. It's okay. But what about the configurations? Because most of the time, these devices, they may come in with some configurations which are weak. We all know some of these devices come with default passwords. So if you don't change the default password, which are known by criminals, cyber criminals, hacker to be more specific, then you can still put your organization at risk. It is allowed, yes, but the configuration was not done properly. Then you still put your organization at risk. Similar to software. Your software, if it is installed but it is not configured properly, then it can be a weak point for criminal to gain access to your organization. So the story of security configuration, or secure your configuration to your hardware and software, is another critical security control. Then we have the story of administrative privilege, a big problem. I'm aware that not one or two or few, many organizations, you find that an ordinary, let's say, secretary has that administrative privilege to an extent. If a criminal gains access to that particular secretary who happened to be the weakest link in that organization, then that criminal can gain access to the entire organization. So to control use of administrative privilege is another critical control to make sure that only necessary people that are allowed to join are the one with this particular privilege. And you can make use of different tools that can track this administrative privilege and assign proper people to make sure that they have authorization to access critical system within an organization. This alone is not enough. We have the least privilege, another control. The need to know or the least privilege. This helps us a lot in what we call insider threats. When I used to work with Deloitte and Touche, there were a few departments. We had MC department, which is management consulting, TAS, technology advisory services, IS, and so on and so on. What happened is that if you work with TAS, you cannot know things that are going on with MC department. Why? Least privilege. The need to know. And this is another problem that we normally have in our organization. You find an individual within an organization have access to different files within other departments. If you don't control access based on the need to know, then you can put your organization at risk, especially the story of malicious insider. because people, they will take advantage of this ability to access different files from different sectors, and then they end up becoming malicious from inside. This is another big topic that I normally talk of. But also, that's why we normally encourage people to think of controlling access based on the need to know or the least privilege. Another control that I want to speak of to make sure that you effectively defend your organization against cyber threats boundary defense. But before boundary defense, we have account monitoring and control. Here is where we talk of the day individual walk into your organization, you create an account, you allow them to use, they exit the office. How are you going to terminate that particular access to that account? Because if you miss that part, you do not terminate, for example, access to a certain account while the individual is no longer working with you, then later they can misuse that privilege to compromise your system, to compromise your data and so on. So account monitoring and controls is another critical security controls that we normally emphasize organization to manage the life cycle of user account from creation, use, and deletion to minimize the opportunity for attacker to leverage those accounts, mostly when they're no longer within that particular organization. Another security control, boundary defense, securing our boundaries. When we speak about securing our boundary, I think we all know we need to think of things like IDS, intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems. Here is where now they come in, to make sure that individual from outside will not be able to gain access easily to our organization. You are securing your boundaries. Because if your boundaries are weak, you can't even detect individual is walking into your organization or not, then you're putting your organization at risk of cyber criminal from outside. A bigger problem with boundaries, some of these are, we speak about configuration, the one that I spoke of earlier, architecture weaknesses that we have, the perimeter weaknesses that we have within the organization. For example, one individual within the organization have has weak entry points that people can easily utilize that device to gain access to your organization. So you need to think of these to make sure that you have that what we call boundary defense. And here is where now, as I've said, you think of IDS, you think of IPS to make sure that you protect yourself against these particular attacks. After that, we have, after boundary, we have malware defense, protecting ourselves. And unfortunately, I remember 2015 when we had our security meeting at a global level, we met in Santon. We saw one of the bigger challenges with antiviruses. First, they were very expensive. People could not buy them. Most of these, they decide to go for pirated version of it. And some, they opt not even to have it at all. And I remember what we agreed upon that meeting is that we need to think of embedding this security feature, things like antivirus, the ordinary or the primary or the basic to operating systems and so on. That's why we see now our mobile devices have at least the basic malware defense. We have Windows, they have those basic malware defense before you think of installing antivirus like McAfee, Kaspersky, and so on. So this is about malware defense, that we need to make sure that you have antiviruses and spyware, things like personal firewalls, etc., to make sure that those malware, those things that can affect your device and organization cannot take advantage. We have also anti-ransomware. We have ransomware, one of the bigger problems nowadays. So you can think of anti-ransomware as well to see how you can protect yourself against this kind of attack. And one thing I want to make clear before I proceed is that we can't protect 100% our organization. So don't expect that you'll fully be protected, but this will minimize and effectively defend yourself against different cyber attacks. The other one is data protection. I think there is a discussion on the subject, and the good news is that yesterday, I just came in today, this morning. Yesterday we were launching our Data Protection Commission and regulations and so on and so on. That we as a country now, we have joined other world to make sure that we protect our data in our country. So this is another area, because one of the things we normally experience, data breaches. People target our data, so we need to think of how we protect our data. And here is where now it comes the story of DLPs, data loss prevention tools, the ones that can, you have moved, eh? Okay. Rudi nyuma, data protection. Yes, yeah. That's where you come now with the story of data DLPs, techniques to protect data from being altered or deleted from your organization. Here is where now you think of making sure that you comply with data protection regulations or act from different countries and so on and so on. After that, the next is email and web browser protection. This is another control. Most organizations forget that email and web browser are the most common entry point for these cyber criminals. Things like phishing emails, that you receive a link, you click, then you fall victim of different other attacks like ransomware, clickjacking, clickjacking attack, cryptojacking, and so on. It begins with a link that probably you receive via email. Or you're using a browser which is probably outdated or is not really supported, or it does not support security features that can protect your organization. And that's why this critical control remains one of the most important critical controls. We encourage organizations to ensure that the only fully supported web browser and email clients are used in the organization to minimize their attack surface. Another critical controls story about wireless controls. The access. We all know we have people attacking our wireless devices. And once they gain access, they can remain within our system without our knowledge. So here, we strongly encourage organizations to have the processes and tools in place to track and control the use of wireless in the organization, to make sure that only individuals with access can have access to those particular wireless devices that they have within the organization. And they should always conduct what we call vulnerability scanning to see who probably tried to gain access to their organization, and also to see if there is any unauthorized individual that's trying to make use of this wireless to gain access to those particular organizations. Another security controls is maintenance and monitoring and analysis of audit logs. Who was in, who is out, at what time. The analysis of this helps also in forensics, because if you can't have those logs and analysis in place, attacker may have access to your device or may have access to your organization or network infrastructure, and they can remain within your organization because you don't have visibility to that particular area. So that's why we encourage people to maintain, monitoring and analyze those audit logs, see who has access, what time, And when they manage to get in, and if there is anything, then they can start doing the investigation of any challenging or incident that they've seen that probably someone accessed our system that was not supposed to access our system. Through logs, you'll be able to tell. That is another critical control. Another one, limiting and control network ports and protocols, along with services. I've seen some organization, when the port is not in use, they terminate it. Very good. Because once the port is not in use, it's yet open, criminal may utilize that open port, which is not in use, to gain access to your systems and cause troubles. So limitation and controls of network ports, protocols, and services is one of the very important critical controls. We encourage organizations to track and manage the use of ports, protocols, and services on their network devices to minimize windows for them to become vulnerable to different sort of attacks that criminal may utilize those ports, services, and protocols to gain access to system and cause troubles. As I'm winding up, we have this secure configuration of network devices. We have things like switch, the one that will support us to bring network to our organizations. We should always make sure that we securely configure them, because if you don't do that, and you leave them with those defaults, as I've said earlier, configuration that they come along with, then those default configurations are known by cyber criminals on their database. Unfortunately, you may put your organization at risk. So we encourage organizations to establish and implement and actively manage the security configuration of network infrastructure devices such as router, firewalls, and switches. Another important security controls is applications, software security. I have a special topic I normally talk of these applications that we normally install to our devices, we normally install to our systems, but unfortunately, some of these may not be secure. They can be a source of us falling victims to different sort of cyber attacks. But not only that, but also have a problem of data. It can be a source of us releasing data that we are not supposed to release. Let me give a quick example. We encourage organizations to make sure that they know what kind of application that should be installed on their systems. And if application is not on the list or blacklisted or is not on the white list, then individual or should not install those applications on their systems. If you open today Apple Store or Android, I think you have your mobile devices, go to your Android, how do we call it? Play Store. And then we have Apple Store. You pick any app within, probably the one that you never installed, probably Thread. Just look at Thread. I left my phone there. If you open the Thread, don't even install it, just go that I want to install this app. When you reach there, you will see there is a security measures that is taken to that particular application. You will see that the application that we release to this application and the data of viewers that will be shared and so on and so on. We encourage organization individuals to be very careful of these applications. The number of data that they can be collected by this application may lead you to reveal some of the information you probably do not want to share. For example, Thread. I look at it. It wants to know our health status, or they want to know our, I don't know how they put it, how we perform. When you do exercise, how do you breathe? When you walk, and so on. They want to get those kind of data. For you just to chat like Instagram, Twitter, and so on. They want to know your financial details. They want to know your meetings. Are you busy with meetings or you don't have meetings? The sort of calendar. And they share some of this story to other third parties. Then they highlight the sort of data now. But some of these applications, they may be outdated. They are no longer receive support. I remember there was a huge number of incidents on ATM machines. And then we realized the problem where they were utilizing the operating system which is no longer receiving support. It was weak. Individual can easily gain access to those operating systems from the ATMs. So software and application that we normally have, we should check two things. The kind of data we are releasing or we are giving out, and also the update, if they are updated or they are not updated, to see how we can utilize those applications safely. Then we have security skill assessment and security training to fill the gaps. This is very, very important. We have human element. Security, we have what we call PPT. People, processes, and technology. Most organizations, they pay much attention to technology. Do you have firewalls? Do you have antiviruses? And so on and so on. The technology part. And that technology part, even if you do it very well, and you forget the people, the weakest link to the security chain, your people are not aware of small things like social engineering, for example. Click here, send there. Shoulder surfing, things like eavesdropping, dumpster diving, and many other things, small things we take for granted, then our organization can still have a serious problem. So we need to train our people. We need to develop awareness program. We need to teach. I hear a friend of mine from TSRA spoke of his focus is on awareness. I think that's an area we should always focus. Make sure our people are filled with knowledge. The last two, incident response and management, we need to make sure that we are capable of managing incidents. We have another special topic, I normally spoke of it, how we can properly manage cybersecurity incidents in our organization. Organizations should have capability to make sure that they have the plan in place, incident response plan. In case of cyber attack, how are you going to manage that incident? How are you going to get to understand who was behind the attack, how long they have been in, and so on. Another thing quickly, because the time is not with us, data recovery capability. We expect every organization to be able to recover from an incident as quickly as possible. And we have our say. We normally say that we do not pay attention whether you have been a victim of cyber attacks or not, although we encourage you not to fall victim. But we pay more attention. How much time did you spend for you to get back to normal once you fall victim to cyber attack? You remember the incident of WhatsApp, Facebook, and so on sometimes back? 7 hours, few minutes. They were suffering to get back to normal. So we have this data recovery capability. We strongly encourage organizations to ensure that critical system and data are properly backed up. If something falls, we don't expect things to collapse. You should get back to normal as quickly as possible, and that will be possible if you have proper backup plan in place. And of course, the last thing, continuous vulnerability assessment and not last but one, because we have the other one, penetration testing. So continuous assessment, as I've said, this is you keep on looking at the vulnerabilities, you keep on looking closely. We have what we call threat hunting. You look at
different challenges that are currently available and keep up with the track with the challenges and threats, and keep yourself updated with those challenges. And then make sure that your organization is well checked. And after that, we have penetration testing. We all have organizations do these kind of activities. We know of them. They come in, they do PPT, penetration testing, your people, your processes and technology. How secure are they? Because normally criminals, what they do, they look at the gaps within your organization once they realize you are weak, and they may utilize those weaknesses to gain access. So penetration testing will support you to understand those weaknesses. That's it. I wanted to share with you. There's 20 controls that I wanted to highlight. I'm mostly active on Twitter. This is my Twitter account. And I have more than, I think, 230 videos. I spoke on different data protection, this and that. We have all those. So you can have a look at them, and some writings down there. I shared the link as well. So I think after saying so, these are the security controls that we encourage organizations to put in place. And if you follow them properly, then you can be assured that at least your technology, your people, and your processes within organization are well checked. And as I've said, you will just minimize the possibility of you falling victim to cyber attacks. And whenever cyber attacks arrive to your doorsteps, you'll be able to get back to normal as quickly as possible. After saying so, allow me to say thank you. Asanteni sana, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yusuf Kileo, for insight. For the insights about implementing critical security controls for effective cyber defense. Obviously, we are running out of time. By 1:30, we'll go for lunch. So I would like to welcome Mr. Mohammed Hussein for the presentation. We had a technical glitch when he was about to present. So I think we are now sorted, yeah? Okay.
That's good. This is working? Yeah, this is working.
And then after Mr. Mohammed, we'll jump for panel discussion led by our moderator, Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasage. Karibu.
Asante. Okay, so apologies for what happened. It's just that as my brother, Mr. Kileo, had mentioned that there are some companies which have restrictions on the access. So I was asked to take out the PPT, but I could not because my ports are all shut down. I cannot take anything out. I can only take in, but no out. So now everything is sorted, and I think we are okay. Again, my name is Mohammed, and I'll be here talking about Huawei privacy protection and how we comply methods and practices. So, I wanted to say something, I forgot. Anyways, so Huawei, right? Cybersecurity and privacy protection is the top priority in Huawei. Everything else comes later, but cybersecurity, privacy protection comes first. As you can see, we have country-specific compliance, more than 170 countries, and then we spend 5% investing on our security and privacy, okay? And in 2011, we had established a privacy protection governance system. Also, we have cybersecurity and privacy protection personnel, which are more than 3,800. I'll try to go quick because I've wasted enough time already. So today my presentation will focus on 4 things: status, framework, governance, and conclusion. Right? So on the status part, Huawei status on cybersecurity and global privacy protection legislation is to make sure that we comply 100%. So we always monitor any law that comes out. We make sure that we are updated and we comply with that law or that act. So you can see we have some overview of global privacy protection legislation. I will not go through them, but these are some, and we have more. Also, we have GDPR enforcement in the past 3 years. So we monitor whatever is going on around the world. We make sure we are updated and we are complying to what we have. And then when it comes to the framework of Huawei, we have a vision and strategy, which is respect and protect privacy, ensure compliance, build capability, and protect development. So we have different business domain, right? Customized privacy protection objective for different business domain, but all the business domain all play in this area, which is lawfulness and fairness and transparency, purpose limitation, meaning you should have a purpose on if you want to collect data or if you are processing data, your purpose should be limited and it should not be a broad ambiguous purpose. Data minimization, you should have as minimum data as possible, and this is what we are doing. Also, we have storage limitation. My brothers before me had mentioned also that some other companies, they do not have time span on till when they can store your data. So you should have a limitation on, okay, maybe to this period of time, then your data will be disposed. Integrity, confidentiality, accuracy, and also accountability. So Huawei, as I said, we have different domains, CNBG, which is Consumer Business Group. This is Career Business Book, and then we have CBG, which is Consumer, EBG, Enterprise Business Group. So it acts as a controller and sometimes as a processor, but when it acts as a controller, if, for example, CBG, we always comply with relevant laws to proactively safeguard consumers' privacy, build their trust, and facilitate success. And then as a processor, for example, CNBG, ensure the data security and follow customer instructions, avoid being the controller. Also, we have the last controller, which is the employee, ensure the transparency of personal data processing to strengthen the trust of Huawei employees' processes. Process employees' personal data according to legitimate business purpose and necessity. So all business domain, they go all through the business same processes, notification of data subject of choice, consent, collection, and all of that. But when we look at privacy compliance framework developed based on the 10 privacy standards, so and GDPR. So we have 10 standards that we comply with together with GDPR requirements. We have ISO 27701, also ISO 29151, GB 35273, PS, and NIST, GAP, and GDPR. So privacy compliance framework, we have 4 focus points. The first one is focus, application, control point, and then for all the control points, we make sure they are all mapping to the standards that we have. For example, here we have our control point, which is establishment and maintenance. The organization shall establish and maintain a formal privacy protection management system led by a senior management and released and maintained internally. So if you check on this control point, you can see it's all matching or mapping with the privacy standards. And then I would also like to talk about the governance. It's a top-down governance on the effective execution and supervision, but I will introduce it from down top. So we have region and HQ. So region side, we have the country cybersecurity privacy officer, And then we also have a regional cybersecurity privacy officer. In HQ, we have cybersecurity privacy officers for each business department, and then privacy enhancing technology competence center, and lastly, privacy protection director and contact. So both region and HQ, they all go and report to GSPO office, who is the Global Cybersecurity Privacy Officer office. From there, from the office, they report to the officer himself. And then the EU data protection officers, they also talk to the GSPO. And GSPO finally talks to the Global Cybersecurity and User Privacy Protection Committee, GSPC, who is most of the time the chairman himself. Awareness and capabilities. How do we control capabilities and also make our employees aware? So we have different type of trainings, and also we have different target audiences. So for example, we have the first audience, for example, is for all the employees. All employees must get all the basic knowledge regarding cybersecurity and data protection. So you'll see here we have Huawei privacy protection awareness training, internal and external compliance, cybersecurity and privacy protection, which is, this is general knowledge for everyone who works in Huawei must know it. And then we have employees in each business domain, whereby now each business domain, because they're focusing on different type of business, so they will have their own specific cybersecurity training and privacy protection regarding on their business domain. And then we have privacy professionals, which are the experts now who get the advanced training, privacy law interpretation, privacy enhancing technology, and so on. And then we have business managers, top managers concerns. So cybersecurity and privacy, they need to have trainings on their roles as managers. Also, talking about the privacy culture, training of all employees, privacy protection training exams. So we have trainings and then we have exams. You must do exams to the point where if you do not pass these exams, then you might be restricted to do some stuff. Okay, and then privacy protection case studies. We also have privacy protection week, whereby we would hold competitions to make sure we encourage people to understand the cybersecurity and to make it fun so that people can also learn in the process. We have our online courses, which is e-learning platform, on-site training organized by each department independently regarding mostly depending on what their business needs. And then when it comes to the professional certification, so Huawei actively participated in local interception of privacy laws and obtained professional certification in various countries. So you can see we have different types of certifications. Okay, management system for personal information in public cloud. Huawei and the Spanish Data Protection Agency issued a guideline on a big data privacy compliance. A trusted cloud data protection profile certificate, ISO, trustee, and so on and so forth. Right. Execution monitoring. So in the morning I had questions whether how maybe a company can be monitored, or will they come and declare something by themselves. Most companies, I don't know if they do or not, but our company, I'm sure. So we have internal audit, which is subsidiary audit. Every subsidiary does their own internal audit, okay, to make sure everyone is complying to the privacy protection. And then we have business group unit audits, which is also an internal audit. And then we have an external audit whereby, for example, from May 2018 to 2020, we had Switzerland, France, Poland, Germany, and Italy These are our subsidiaries in these countries who are audited by an external consulting firm. And then also in Russia, we had almost the same thing, but also verifying via external communication. So whenever there's maybe an international conference, you'll see Huawei will present privacy practices and to verify on what they're doing, communicating with the Telenor CPO. Telenor was satisfied with Huawei privacy practices. And then privacy protection by protection process, privacy by design. This is the framework. So we had talked about the framework, not in details, but then I would like to focus on the processes. So in Huawei, we have different processes depending on the domain. We have idea to market, market to lead, lead to cash, service delivery, HR, and all of this. So these are divided into enablement, operations, support. So every process, we make sure that it has its own business guideline or privacy protection design guideline and privacy compliance baseline. And then at the end, we have all the audit criteria, which these criteria are being continuously improved based on the requirements and the suggestions that we get from the government, operators, end users, and other stakeholders. So in conclusion, this is my last page. I would like to read word by word, okay, because I don't think I would do justice if I summarize this page. So in conclusion, collaboration and cooperation can ensure privacy protection in the digital world. So privacy protection is not only a legal requirement, but also a social responsibility of ICT solution providers. We do not sell Huawei customers or consumer data, we protect it. Data is the most important resource in the digital world. Thus, privacy protection is the foundation for digital development. In most PAN network scenario, we are not a personal data controller. Rather, we provide equipment and operate as a data processor based on the customer instruction and authorization. As a leading global provider of smart devices, Huawei is keenly aware of how important privacy protection is to the consumers, and the company is committed to build a brand that is trusted by a global consumer in terms of privacy. We aim to protect user privacy with innovative technology, and we pursue this goal throughout every aspect of product design, R&D, production, and after sales. Huawei looks forward to communicating and cooperating with stakeholders in an open, transparent, responsible manner. We aim to jointly address cybersecurity and privacy protection challenges through technological innovations, standards certifications, and improve governance. We are committed to protect people's personal privacy while they enjoy the benefits of technological advantages. As always, cybersecurity and privacy protection remains our top priority. We will confront challenges in the privacy protection through technological innovations and through the ongoing transformation of our management system to address both the opportunities and challenges presented by digital sovereignty and better protect customer privacy. Huawei continues its research into theories, technologies, and engineering practices in trustworthiness. We will continue to build secure, trustworthy, and quality products, solutions, and services in order to help our customer enhance their cyber resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. It's almost 1:30. I would like to invite Mohammed to come back in front to sit for a panel discussion. Also, Mr. Yusuf Kileo Please, if you can come forward. And we'll take some few questions from the audience. And our moderator, Ms. Dr. Nkundwe Mosaga, will lead us on this session before we break for lunch.
Thank you, Tumaini, very much. So we have a discussion, just like the way I said before, that we need to hear from you, your opinions and things like that, or any question that you have to our two esteemed presenters. So to start with? Sure. Any questions based on this presentation? Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. My name is Sheila Mrindoko from ICT Park Solutions Limited, an IT company. My question goes to Mr. Kileo. You demonstrated on the proper ways of implementing critical security controls. Now I'd like to know, in your experience, what are the common challenges organizations face when implementing critical security controls, and how can they overcome them? Or I can say, you can give the challenges, but also you can incite us of the common mistakes that organizations make when implementing these security controls, and how they can avoid these mistakes. But also in the presentation, you talked about application software security. I would like to understand, or I would like to know, how do you balance, or how can an organization, especially an IT company, like for example us, ICT Park, who we develop different software applications. I would like to understand how can we balance the need of security with the need of usability and functionalities in this application design, because in my perspective, I understand sometimes when you put in some controls in the applications that you're making, it might at some point limit the usage, or an application can be termed as hard to use for some users just because of some security controls that have been implemented. So I'd like to know, how can we balance that so that we can have an inclusive security space.
Now, yeah, there's a hand over there. Yeah, we are taking another 4 questions, and then they will respond.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susan Paul Mwame. I'm from Malim Space Organization, and my question goes to Mr. Yusuf Kileo. My question is, what considerations should organizations take into account when selecting and customizing critical security controls to align with their specific risk profile and business needs? And also another question is, are there any emerging trends or technologies that are reshaping the landscape of critical security controls, and how organizations adapt to these changes? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to congratulate our presenter. My name is Ibrahim Sultani. I'm a Principal ICT Officer from Ngorongoro. I don't have a question inside, but I want to add a little stake on the critical infrastructure. Of course, based on my experience, one of the challenge most of the organization face based on the critical infrastructure is actually also to have effective security policy. As we know, security policy actually is the foundation of security infrastructure, which means the policy has to describe how the security will be implemented actually in the organization. But what I see is most of the organizations have the policy, but the policies are there for the compliance purpose or for the auditor and want to help the organization to achieve security goals. Mr. Kireo also talked about cybersecurity awareness training. It's actually very important, and another challenge is nowadays most of the organizations, they do training, but there is a part to evaluate your employee who perform competent tasks if they understand what about training and security awareness. Now, instead of focus more on a compliance purpose, we need now to figure out, like, the document we have, can we put in practical, okay? This will help most of the organization, but most of the organization nowadays, they focus more on the compliance part than to put in the practical. Thank you.
Another one?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baraka Opio. And first of all, I commend Mr. Kileo for such an insightful presentation. Mine is a quick one. When we talk of the critical controls, specifically based on the CIS controls, now we talk of emerging risks like artificial intelligence, how can we, or rather, how can the critical controls adapt when it comes to the negative use of artificial intelligence, or rather the emerging risks in the negative sense that come with the use of artificial intelligence to sophisticate attacks, or rather cyber attacks towards the infrastructure? And a follow-up question on that: how can we leverage now, in a positive way, the use of of artificial intelligence specifically and other emerging technologies to have a good cyber security posture for our organization and the country at large? Thank you.
The last question. Thank you. Baraka Meremo. I'm a student from University of Dodoma, and I'm final year student pursuing Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics Engineering. And I have 3 questions, and they all go to Mr. Yusuf Kileo. My first question is, according to the DOT's last month's report, March, the fintech ecosystem of the banks have lost more than 10 billion shillings. So I was asking, don't we see us as a country in need of having a national bug bounty program? For example, countries such as India have their national bug bounty program. And also, I don't know that Vodacom are having a bug bounty program, but they are having it with Hakarana company in US. So us as Tanzania, don't we see a need of having our national bug bounty program? That is question number 1. And then question number 2, concerning I as a student of digital forensics, cybersecurity and digital forensics engineering, and you, Mr. Kileo, a digital forensic investigator or profession, don't you see a need of Tanzania registering the private digital forensic investigators, or Tanzania having its own Tanzania cybersecurity authority, such as with countries like Rwanda and Kenya? Thanks.
Yeah, we complete.
Good afternoon. My name is Nectar Richard, and I had a question to Mr. Mohammed. What advancements or developments can we expect to see in Huawei's cybersecurity and compliance methodologies? Thank you.
So I think maybe you can respond now. We'll go for another round of questions, but you can respond now and then. Yeah, maybe you can start to respond now.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you for your question. There are too many for me. I'll start with Sheila. She spoke of applications. Developer. We develop applications and softwares to be used by individuals. And then we have that usability. They should be friendly, they should function well, but at the same time, we should also think of security. I personally participated in a number of operations on applications that end up shutting down hundreds of applications because of these small problems. And sometimes back when Uber was to fall, when they developed the application, they were unable to protect people's data, and then around 2-point-something data of an individuals in the UK happened to be with criminals, and then later on, that's when the Uber collapses, and then Bolt and the rest start coming up. What I'm trying to say is that when you develop an app, you should always, first of all, minimize collection of data. Only those necessary for you to operate. For example, you are talking of, let's say, Bolt. Location is very important for people to know that I'm moving from one point to another. But then, if an app that probably, like for example the one I mentioned, the thread, you want to know my health status, you want to know my location, you want to know my calendar, you want to know my contacts, etc., etc. It are around 12 things they take from us. So you do not minimize that collection of that. That's why in EU today, you hear Meta paying 1.3 billion, you hear Google and so on, having a lot of challenges. Google was having an issue with location, tracking people, even if they do not want to be tracked. So I think as you develop your application and software, you need to pay attention on these particular things. Make sure, first of all, to protect the data you collect and secure your application properly. And second, minimize the collection of data that you're collecting from people. Only necessary data, you should have them in place. Number two, it was from Susan. Consideration to think, and was it consideration? And if I can share some of the challenges that implementing security controls organization faces. We have different type of organization: medium, small, big companies, company with sensitive data, less sensitive data, etc. We have different varieties of organizations. So when you are thinking of implementing, but also we have organizations, for example, either they don't have certain kind of devices or certain kind of, for example, wireless. I went to one organization the other time, and they don't have even the storage wireless installed in their organizations. So we encourage people to do a thorough analysis of what kind of data do they have, what challenges probably they most likely to reach to their organization, and so on, for them now to make a robust decision on how to implement, or what kind of implementation, or how they can implement those security controls. The challenges that I've seen most of the time, people speak of fund, and it is true. When we talk about ICT, in most of the time, fund is a challenge. They can't do awareness, they can't go and do review of their policies and regulations, they can't do capacity building, they can't do this and that. Why? If you ask them, fund is a problem. But fund cannot be a problem if you can demonstrate properly the challenge we have. I remember yesterday I was with DG, my good friend from CRDB. We had a lengthy discussion on cybersecurity. When I was trying to rush, he kept telling me, Usinikimbia, ngoja, every time. He wants to know, what can we do? So I think all leaders, they experience these challenges. We lose money. We find probably people shut down our electricity. People destabilize our equilibrium in our water system, and so on and so on. How do we get out of it? If we can explain it properly, tell them exactly, these challenges are like this is the trend landscape, these are the way forward, and so on and so on, I think the fund will not be a big problem. And once you are given the fund to resolve the problem, then do it well. Do it properly. Because sometimes you are given 50,000 to do a solution of certain problem, you end up finishing all the money in a meeting, and they can't see the result. Tomorrow they will never give you another fund. Make sure you focus on the result for you to get things done next time. Ibrahim, my brother, he spoke of PPT clearly, policies, regulations, the one I spoke of. We have people, processes, and technology. And he spoke on awareness, and I want to add one thing. It's not only about awareness. Effective way of doing that awareness. That you can do what we call evaluation and be able to tell that people were in this stage before I do awareness, and after doing this awareness, they move to another stage. But if you don't do that, then awareness will not be effective, you can't see the impact of it, and it will be a problem for you to, even to convince next time for you to get the same thing. So effective awareness program, it has 7 elements. I remember Tisseray asked me of it some times back, and I shared with them. I won't share all of them now because of time. But one of the most important things we normally say, awareness should be entertaining. We don't expect you to be very boring. People are, because awareness is to everyone. People, this is not their interest. They are not interested. They may do better, but I normally say artificial intelligence, as an emerging technology, my good friend here and brother knows better of this subject. Artificial intelligence comes, yes, with the risks. One of the major risks is that cybercrime today become extremely sophisticated because of the story of artificial intelligence, IoTs, and 5Gs. And why is it? Because now the phishing email, we used to tell people that look at the spellings, look at the error, this and that. Now, to an extent, Biden decided to call Putin for a proper meeting to discuss how you cannot attack our critical infrastructure. It was a popular meeting that was aired by many media houses. So it's a big problem. We agree that we have this is a serious challenge. Big tech like Facebook, Meta, and the likes fall victims. And we need to do something about it. And why? What should we do? We have this big forum that we sit and discuss things at length. When we get out of here, my call is that take note, go and implement. Because we have one problem, we hear, we talk, we understand, but when we go to our organization, we don't implement what we discussed of. And then that's when the things keep on getting or falling apart. He spoke about registration of digital forensics investigator private, the last thing before if I forget anyone, apology. He spoke about registration. I remember during my time at Cybercrime Unit, we had a serious debate on the same. And we have private security company, like 4G something, I remember. We had a number of meetings with them then. And Mwema was very positive on the subject. That and you remember he came with a slogan, of Policy Jamii, if you remember. It was during that time, all high discussion we had, that the matter of security, we need to involve many people. Everyone has to play parts. But then we need to have regulations. We need to properly regulate those individuals who are not in a law enforcement. I think that's where now we couldn't finalize it well until we part to that. Mwema left, I think, before that. Myself left before that happened. But I believe there is still room. I see a lot of discussion on the same, and probably we can push it to support, because private investigator may do sometimes somewhere that it's like Policy Jamii, where you can't do well as a proper organ, other people can complement and do something in a better way. PPP, I think, is where we are moving to that direction, and I think that might happen, and I believe it might even happen very soon. After saying so, allowing me to finish, I think I've touched many of things that have been highlighted. If I left anything, apologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kileo. There's one thing that I wanted to add before you start on that, especially with the report that more than 10 billion has been being the results of a cyber attack. But I think there's something we need to discuss in this forum. If in a banking system, you transfer 10 billion from account A to account B, how comes you never know? Is it really a cyber attack, or is it an internal thing? Because there's a confusion made with many people. They take every type of scenario as a cyber attack, but while there's some other thing, people are using social engineering. You find there are people inside an institution transferring those funds. Because as far as I understand, banks normally used to have certain amount limitation of the money that they're supposed to have in a day. How can you transfer 10 billion without noticing it? I think that's a question we need to ask ourselves. That are these really the product of cyber attack, someone from outside transferring those funds? And the question comes is, okay, when you transfer fund, where are you cashing out? Because it has to be bank-to-bank transaction. So I think maybe this is a platform to start to discuss more about that. Please, welcome. Yes, yes.
I agree we need a long discussion on the subject, and we need also to have a broader definition of cyber attacks, because when we talk about cyber attacks, can be internally or externally. All these people, they do, because cyber attack is not all the time from outside. It will be cyber attacks from within. That's why we call insider threats a part of a cyber attack. Social engineering, it's a part of cyber attacks. So it's a broader thing that I agree that we need to have a strong discussion, because the main aim of this meeting at the end, I believe we need to get out of here knowing that how we can minimize the challenges we experience as a nation. And of course, borrow, if we have people from outside as well, borrow the same knowledge for them also to go and implement scenarios that will minimize the challenges. And the problem with this cyber attack, we don't really speak of them. They're not really reported. We can't hear them. We were having a meeting. We speak about many challenges that we normally hear. The story that people kill, people break into a bank and so on, which is no longer happening. But now the soft side of it, which is cyber attacks, we normally don't talk. I think this is where now we need to raise our voices and see how we can address these issues at length to minimize the challenge instead of sugarcoating issues. Thank you.
Please go on.
Okay, thank you very much.
One question.
Yes, I have one question. So, my sister, again, your name, please? Sorry? Nectar. Okay, it's written there. Okay, Nectar. So, when we talk about advancement, right, on cybersecurity, so advancement comes with technology, right? You cannot advance something which is already there and it's working perfectly. So with the technology that we are having, right, we will have more standards, right? For example, 5G, AI, I see many people talk about AI. So we will have more standards from different organizations for example, GDPR, and as Huawei, I think I'm answering this as Huawei, right? As Huawei, so we will be forced to follow those standards that are set globally. You understand? So I can also tell you that we internally also have our own rules, but we follow whichever is stricter, right? So if the GDP, for example, has a rule or a law, but our internal is more stricter, so we will follow the stricter one just to be safe. You understand? And then also requirements from different stakeholders and parties, organizations, governments also makes us advance more and improve on whatever that we had. Again, I talked about self-audit, that we also have our own self-audits. We have tools that we audit ourselves. We audit our technologies just to make sure that day by day we advance and there's nothing that we are missing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think a part of our timetable is there's a session for lunch, and we have to do justice for that so that we can create room for other discussions. So I thank everyone for very live discussion that we had in this first session, and I'll give back to Tumaini.
Thank you so much, Moderator Dr. Nkundwe. Yes, Yusuf, you can go down now. Yeah, I'd like to thank you, our presenters and the moderator, for the panel discussion and the question from audience. Obviously, we are running out of time. Obviously, we're meant to go for lunch at 1:20, but it's almost 2 o'clock now. We're approaching 2 o'clock, so we're gonna break for lunch. But before we break for lunch, I would like to make 2 announcements. The first announcement will be for our fellow participants who are fasting. The iftar will be provided from 6 p.m. Will be served from 6 p.m. today, and you need to register your name at reception at a registration booth outside. You see Mr. Innocent. Obviously, we need to agree what time we're going to come back for lunch, after lunch. So I think we should take not more than 30 minutes. And our lunch will be served at 2 fantastic restaurants. We have restaurants, we have one Acacia, which is opposite the reception. If you go outside toward the reception of the hotel, you'll find one restaurant there. And there's another one, Saba Saba, which is on the right-hand side of the reception. So it's entire for you, all participants, where you're gonna choose and to get a lunch. Also, the coupon will be provided. I'm sure everyone has received the coupon. You need to show your coupon before you enter the restaurant. I'm sure everyone has received the coupon. So now is the time we break for lunch, and we'll be back here 2:30. Is that okay, everyone? Should we agree to 2:30? Okay, that's fine. So agreed, 2:30. We'll be back for our next topic, topic 2. So thank you so much for all your contribution. Until we meet again 2:30. Thank you so much.
Tukaviacha.
One more announcement, make sure you take all your valuable belongings. Phones, but some
Kuna kitu nataka kuongea.
Near fasting. Yani very quick. Kuna vitu vichache ukitupatia sisi tunaendelea. Asante, asante. I'm really intending for this thing not to start this time. Program yetu. Si kwetu ya security ya nani?
Haiwezi kufeli.
Hamna shida. Sawa. Sasa
yani just forget that.
Hamna shida. Couple of things. Cha kwanza kudai ile budget ya
na test mitambo hapo kabla haijafanya.
Sign mtu apatie basi.
Yes, nafikiri wengine watakaa
Tuitoe hiyo. Hiyo issue ya PDM na nini ile cost yenu covered. Sawa. That is the first thing I want to
test.
No, test it. Cha pili, najua kesho atakuwa busy. If you can just call those person huko kwenye
nimeshapata namba yake ndo.
Esther. Pole sana.
Pole na wewe. Nimefurahi kuona. Mwanzo hata ule muona nikawa napata wasiwasi.
Tunafuatilia madini. Tunafuatilia madini.
Event tunataka iwe kama site.
Mimi nimesikia PPT, people process technology, nikaandika notes.
Karibu sana.
Kwa kwanza ni hiyo issue. Mpe tu mtu atuambie gharama ili wakina mwanzo waziondoe ile bureaucracy ya chuo mistaki tuende nayo. Umeona? Alafu issue ya pili, nimeambia kuna mtu umemasaini hiyo kazi kesho. Ya kwenda huko kwenye hiyo zone of center ya Arusha. Tunaenda wote. Why do I feel you'll be busy?
Sasa tabii tuende
baada ya kumaliza. Saa ngapi? Baada saa 10.
Tunaenda kuiona tu sisi.
Tunaiona tu. Kwa sababu sio wenye michoro.
Amenitumia namba ya simu ya jamaa gari.
Umealau
mtu wa mchoro si anaendelea na mambo yake.
Anakuja yule engineer wao wa UD Caleb. Anaingia leo.
I have to do a
kesho tutakuwa nayo.
Safi.
Yeah, so this
well done. Safi sana.
Issue nyingine Mwanza. Sababu mimi niko na
我们价值体系是为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment. Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership. We care about our employees. We care about the communities we work with and live in. We care about the health of our planet and are dedicated to actively protecting it.
我们价值体系是要为人类服务。
From an independent startup to one of the world's top information and telecom technology providers, Huawei connects and serves more than 3 billion people across 170 countries and regions. Working with top minds, we're building a fully connected and intelligent world. Our tech transforms lives for the better. For industry, energy, transportation, cities, and the environment, Huawei transforms. In healthcare, education, finance, and in everyday life, Huawei transforms. We invest in fresh ideas and constant innovation. We believe in open collaboration and partnership.
In our afternoon session, please, for those sitting at the back, I can see you are isolated. So if you can move forward, please. Make sure we fill in all the front seats, so at least we can have active engagement. Please, for those sitting at the back, I can say 10 rows at the back. If you can squeeze in and come front, I'll really appreciate, so we can all sit together and have active participation. these sectors. We'll have a presenter, a special lecture from Engineer Stephen Wangwe from the Ministry of Information, Communication and IT, and he will be discussing about the strengths, cybersecurity resilience, insight from National Cybersecurity Strategy, and the overview of a global cybersecurity landscape. Presentation number 3 we'll have from Peter Baziwe from ISAC, and followed by panel discussion which will be moderated by Engineer Jason Ndanguizi. Obviously, the key discussion points on this will be importance of sector resilience, identifying vulnerabilities, collaboration and partnership, technology solutions, policy and regulation, and also future trends. Our next speaker for a special lecture, Mr. Stephen Wangwe. He will be our next speaker. So, Engineer Wangwe, I would like to welcome you for a special lecture, followed by presentation number 3 from Peter Baziwe. Karibu sana, Engineer. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's not a very good moment to have sessions after lunch, but kindly bear with me. I'll try to make it as short and precise as possible. So I'm Engineer Stephen Wangwe. I'm the Director for Communication Safety and IT Security at the Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology. I will be taking you through my presentation on strengthening cybersecurity resilience, insights from Tanzania National Cybersecurity Strategy, and global cybersecurity landscape overview. So we have a national cybersecurity strategy, which we had developed since 2018, and it runs for 5 years, which ended in December 2023. So now we are in the process of coming with a new one. We already have a draft, so I'll just give you some very key points. And then I will expect some views and inputs from your end so that we can further improve, but now it will be in the stakeholder engagement. So my presentation has 5 parts. In relation to the theme of this forum, I will talk about the cybersecurity resilience so that we put it in context so that we can see it all from the same angle. But then I'll talk from the point of our Tanzania National Cybersecurity Strategy. We have principles, but approach, which are how did we get to choose like the priority goals and the principles, but also I will give you the goals of the new strategy and also the initiatives and what we have achieved so far. But we'll go on to the global cybersecurity landscape and just hit on some of the issues that are happening in the world, especially in the months of February and March this year. And then I will give you insights and recommendations, and finally I'll conclude my presentation. So when you talk of cybersecurity resilience, basically there are three key words that you have to be talking about. The first one is the ability to prepare. You have to be prepared, because it's not a matter of will I get hacked or will I get attacked. It's a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. So you always have to be ready, proactiveness and dynamism in the cybersecurity mindset. Number two is you should be able to respond. So when it happens, even though you may prepare yourself and you may have your good infrastructure well protected, but again, if it happens, how do you respond? And after responding, as you know that sometimes they take you out of service, so you basically have to have a way of recovering. Otherwise, you'll be out of business. And God knows, the longer it takes, maybe the more customers you lose. So cyber resilience is fundamentally to safeguard national security, economic stability, public trust, critical services, and international relations in an increasingly interconnected and digitized world. It gets more relevant as we move towards the digital economy. More services will be done in the digital space, hence our dependence and reliance to the cyber space being up and running gets more crucial day after day. So the key components of cyber resilience include, I just tried to find the very, very crucial ones. First one, risk assessment and management. If you get a problem today, it should be the database or the information that you get from how you've dealt with this problem should help you tomorrow. So you should always have a risk register. What got you yesterday shouldn't be a problem tomorrow. And you should manage those risks. But also you should have preventive measures. Always you should have continuous scanning of your ports, continuous equipping of your resources, meaning people, process, technology. But in the sense of being prepared to respond, you should have in place preventive measures. The third one is incident response planning. You should be ready to know what you're going to do when you get an incident. You don't plan for solving the incident when you have the incident. You should have the plan before, prior. And also you should have resilient infrastructure, meaning backups, redundancy, failover. For instance, they take over your system. You should have a way of making sure the service will continue. Even though you will deal with the culprit, but your customers and the people who are using your system, always they have to be on, and they don't have to know about your problems which you're facing. But the issue of business continuity plans and disaster recovery is inevitable, as some of the cases are force majeure. You cannot anticipate, so you always have to have these good plans in place. But human beings, we have to be ever changing. The type of attacks that come today are not the same as those which were happening yesterday. And probably tomorrow there will be different attacks. Now you can just command an AI tech and tell it, help me to hack so-and-so system. You don't even know, you don't even have to know how to code. So the dynamism of these attacks and threats have changed. So even our people should change in terms of skills, but the end users who are using the services and the equipment, they also have to be up to date and know what to do and what not to do. So it is very important to have that in mind. But the issue of collaboration and information sharing. Sometimes you want to solve a problem, but you need a hand from It may be another institution, it may be another country, it may be another regional economic community. So we have to have a very good collaboration. And here I have to stress something that we are looking forward to collaborate with private sector. As I think you saw in the news some like 2 weeks ago, when we were in Arusha, we opened up and we said, no, the government will not be doing things by itself. We want to work with the private sector. So I call upon my friends from the private sector to come and work with the government so that we can push this thing forward. So what are the approaches we used? We looked at our policy. The policy, right now we are being governed by the ICT policy of 2016, but we are in the process of reviewing it, and this year we are going to have a new policy. So in the draft review, we made sure that the cyber landscape of this time round is well covered. But also we have legal frameworks. Sure some of you have been part of what happened yesterday. The President inaugurated the Personal Data Protection Commission, but that was just a test of fulfillment of the 3 fundamental cyber laws that we had agreed in the regional and the international community. But we looked at the capacity building. What are the capacity building programs that we need to better put ourselves in the cyber landscape? But also public-private partnership. This one, we try to assess and see what have we done in this space, how have we collaborated with the private sector. And to be honest, it has not been much in the cyber security, but going forward, we expect it to be well improved. But also incident response mechanism. How have we been responding to incidents? Awareness and education. Are we doing enough awareness to the community? Are we doing enough education to the technical people? Where are we missing out? But international cooperation. How many engagements do we have with the international community? Do we need to do more? Where are we lacking? Infrastructure development to enhance cybersecurity resilience and protect its digital assets and infrastructure. So how are we faring in the infrastructure for the digital, but also how are we faring in cybersecurity resilience at large? So through those questions we asked ourselves in those categories, we came up with 5 principles. And these principles each have their own justifications. The first one is capacity building and awareness for all. So here we are looking at the people. We want to empower the people who are behind the networks, but the people who are going to be using the networks. So here we are talking of the techies behind, but also the users, the end users. And I put stress here on the end users. This is where most of the problems usually happen. If you look at the problems of the attacks which are being made successful, usually, or most of them, it's an end user who was not aware that this could be a phishing, this could be a threat that is coming to compromise our system. But the second principle is multi-stakeholders partnership. This is where we are looking at, for example, the government with other institutions among itself, but also through the TZCERT, we have constituencies. So we are looking at, for example, the academia. How do they collaborate among themselves? We are looking at the defense and security organs. How do they collaborate among themselves? We are looking at the financial sector. How do they coordinate among themselves? And this cuts across public and private sector. But also, again, not only the country, we have to collaborate with the external forces, because sometimes the threat has some important information which is across the borders. So we have to have a way of collaborating so that we can, as you know, the cyberspace is volatile and you can easily lose evidence. So once you get a good collaboration, you have quick contact points, it's easy to get things solved in time. The third principle is risk management and resilience. I think I touched through this, that it's important to have a risk register and not to, the lesson learned yesterday should help us tomorrow. But the fourth principle is regional and international collaboration. So this one is specifically for the external partners that are in this space. And one of the ways we have utilized this very well is through the TZ Dominion, whereby we have a very close link with international community, but also through the regional, we have, for example, the East African Community Framework for Cyber Laws, where we collaborate, but also we have the EAC protocol on ICT networks, which facilitates exchange of information and intelligence in the dealing of cybersecurity within the EAC. But also SADC, through SADC we made the model laws on cyber laws, which are 3, which for a lot of extent inspired us to come up with our 3 laws: the Cyber Crimes Act, the Electronic Transactions Act of 2015, and the Personal Data Protection Act of 2022. But also through SADC, we have the SADC CERT, and also through the African Union, again, there is the Africa CERT, but also there is the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which we are in the process of ratifying, but it opens doors for close collaboration among the African countries within the continent. And the 5th principle is legislation and regulations. So this is inevitable because sometimes you may have the skills, you may have the equipment, but if the laws don't support you, or if the laws are not well in place, then you cannot safeguard the cyberspace. So from those principles, we came up with 5 strategic goals. So these are the goals or the priority objectives for the upcoming strategy. The first one is ensuring protection of critical information infrastructure. So in this category, basically through the Cyber Crimes Act under Section 28, it gives powers to the minister responsible for communication and ICT to designate and gazette a list of critical information infrastructure. And this one cuts across through Tanzania mainland and Tanzania Zanzibar. So right now we had already prepared the list, and we had already prepared some 5 guidelines. And these guidelines are to govern the cybersecurity critical information infrastructure owners. We are talking of, for example, electricity service providers, we're talking of mobile service providers, we're talking of banking service providers. All those who provide services to the public are going to be identified as owners, and also they are going to be required to follow these guidelines. But also they'll have a checklist whereby we'll be getting critical services from them, and then we'll be doing like back-to-back on just to make sure that at no point in time we are getting outage of service. Because one big feature with critical infrastructure is that when it's compromised, it brings debilitating effects to the country. It may affect the national security, it may affect the economic stability, but it may also affect the political stability of the country. So it's very critical. The second goal is on increasing cybersecurity technical capabilities and awareness across the country. So yes, we may have the very good CII list, you may have the good guidelines, but do you have the people behind who can act on the issues very quickly? And are these people across the country? Because they may know that, okay, so these guys are good in the towns. Now let us go and attack at the suburbs. So we should have skilled people across the country, geographically, but also institutionally. And also the Tanzanians or the other people around the country who are just mere users, they also have to know what they should do and what they should not do, because whatever we do to the systems, if we don't teach our users, the normal users, who at times are you and me, it will do us no good in protection of the cybersecurity landscape. But the third goal is to promote local, regional, and international collaboration in cybersecurity. I will not further stress this. But the fourth goal is to enhance the national response to cybersecurity threats. So we as a country will come up with a crisis management plan, but we'll also come up with a national incident response plan so that we know how are we going to communicate to the public in case an incident happens to the country. how are we going to address? How are we going to start solving the incident? But the fifth and last one is enhancing legal and regulatory frameworks to support cybersecurity initiatives in Tanzania. So we have a national cybersecurity community or committee, but still there are some loose ends in the structure. Basically, we do a governance based on goodwill, but going forward, we need firm regulatory frameworks. Some countries have already started, they have like cybersecurity authorities, cybersecurity agencies. So we are thinking of having something firm which can be very precise and specifically dealing with cybersecurity issues. But also the legal environment. We still need to continue updating our laws. We still need to be putting on new regulations. For example, we have the National Public Key Infrastructure. We have the infrastructure in place, but it's falling under the E-Transactions Act. But currently now we are forced to establish regulations specifically for making the digital signatures common to our legal, or I call it the face of law. So what have we done so far? It's not that we have not pulled our socks. We have done quite a lot. We have established the Tanzania Computer Emergency Response Team, which currently is under TCRA, but that is just a housing mechanism, but it basically serves all the constituencies through something called sectorial sets. So, for example, for the financial sector, the government, the Bank of Tanzania is the lead for the financial sector. So what they do, they establish their community with all the the institutions which fall under this category, and they usually receive intel and provide and spread to their categories. Likewise, to the academia in the research constituency, and I think there are seven constituencies, which I will not go through each, but one of them is the government constituency, which is under e-government authority, and specifically they have established the e-government security operations center, which is operational, and also it is by law. But also under the police force, we have the cybercrime unit, which is a dedicated and specialized unit to investigate and detect cybercrimes in the country. We have the Personal Data Protection Commission, which was inaugurated yesterday, but this one is it's an institution that is specifically established in order to enforce the Personal Data Protection Act of 2022. We have capacity building initiatives through the World Bank Project DTP, but also through different initiatives. We've been building capacity to our community from the government, but also private sector. Public-private partnerships. We have partnerships with through the sectorial sets, but also we have MOUs with some of the institutions, some of the countries. All this is to establish the collaboration. But also, usually we have like 4 campaign periods. For example, we have Safer Internet Day. We usually observe it and do some campaign in cybersecurity. But we also have the ICT Day. We have the Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is October. We observe it, it's a whole month. And this forum also is another occasion to do awareness. But we are looking forward to increase more and more so that we become aware time to time. So I'll not go through the e-government security operations center because it's just a government sectorial cert, and it does duties just like any other cert. So in the development of our national cybersecurity strategy, we acknowledge that there are challenges, and it is important to note challenges that we come across. For example, we still have relatively few skilled professionals in cybersecurity, at least those who are in the working environment. I know nowadays we have some universities providing specific courses in cybersecurity, and I appreciate these universities are increasing, but I have to confess that University of Dodoma is the leading one, but these others are coming as well, but we still need to have more and more so that we have enough the professionals in the cybersecurity Pandora. But the issue of awareness and education, again, still many end users are not fully aware and do not really understand the importance of cybersecurity hygiene. So we have that as a weakness, which we have to pull up our socks and work more so that more people become aware. There are some very, very light social engineering techniques which take people for granted, and unfortunately they cause successful cyber attacks. But it's an issue of cybersecurity hygiene. So we have already discussed with our fellow colleagues who are making curriculums, and for now, from Form 3, when a student reaches Form 3, they will start studying cybersecurity within the computer studies. So we are making progress. It's not easy, but in the future, we expect to have this starting from the primary level. In the category of infrastructure and technology, we still lack some technology infrastructure. For example, today, if you want to start developing AI solutions, we lack an AI-powered database, but also our coverage for example, optic fiber. We have right now fiber to the home. It's in several places, but more in the towns and cities, mainly Dodoma and Dar es Salaam, but we still need to increase so that it reaches countrywide and it becomes like a basic service. So even in the initiatives of establishing an act, we are going to establish soon an ICT Act, and among issues, we are going to put broadband ready building requirements. So when you're going to be building your house or your structure, we'll force you to make sure you have provision for the broadband facility. But you know, cyberspace again is volatile, so we need to have investigators who are skilled, who can quickly hold the information before it is frozen or it is fried by the culprit. Sometimes when people they know they're doing the illegit stuff, they usually have softwares whereby they can remotely detonate the applications or their devices. So we need to have skilled people who can really do the chain of custody and really address the digital forensics challenges in this space. But again, the evolving nature of cyber threats presents a constant challenge. As you know, there are some people who have decided now, my life basically is just to hack and succeed. I get money out of hacking. So since that is the life some of the people have chosen, it is crucial for us also to be always on top of the edge and always make sure we capacitate our people. We have new skills of how to prevent the attacks, new skills of how to recover from attacks. And again, most of the attacks, if you analyze in percentage, you'd see that they usually get attacked because of using default passwords or default versions, because sometimes there are those, we call them day zero vulnerabilities. So even from the day you are starting to install your equipment, already it has vulnerabilities. So it is important to know which are the versions which have zero vulnerabilities. Which are these zero vulnerabilities so that we can not become easily vulnerable. So looking at the global landscape now in cybersecurity, so we looked at February and March this year to just get a snapshot of what's happening. And these fall in 4 categories: challenges and concerns. The cybersecurity skills gap. There is a big gap across the globe, not only in our side, but also misinformation and disinformation. This is a big problem. Because of technology advancements, the AI issues, there's so much of misinformation and disinformation. Sometimes people, they want you to believe a certain philosophy or a certain thing. So they tend to feed people with the information they want. So how are we going to be able to detect such? But also cross-border cybersecurity issues. As you know, cyberspace does not acknowledge any geographical borders. So you'll not know, for example, if you're chatting in WhatsApp, and then we have different people in the group. Some of them may not even be in the country. Some of them may be in whichever country, but the experience is seamless and you wouldn't know. So that poses a challenge, because it means an attack could come from anywhere, and we always have to be ready for that. But on the regulatory and policy developments, as you know, we have data privacy regulations. Since there's a lot of exchange of personal data across the country, but going across the globe, so we have to have a way. One of the regional economic community under the EU developed the General Data Protection Regulations. But again, that's just one region, but this world has several regions. So we have to have ways of exchanging. But in our Personal Data Protection Act, we have a specific section for trans-border data flow, which of course abides to the international requirements. But again, in practice, the environment could be different. You may have it well stated in the law, but the practical environment is not easy. Because we're talking of cloud services. I have my cloud and I have my data there. Where would you say it is? Okay, you have a primary server, maybe it's in X, country X, but I can access it from wherever I am. So sometimes it becomes a bit confusing. So like, do I say where it is from where I access it, or from where it's just the server is located? So theoretically, we base on the primary server, but practically there are issues to look onto, because also there are AI-generated third-party sharing of data, which sometimes are out of our control. Again, national cybersecurity strategies. As a nation, it is important to have a coordinated approach and a manner in which everybody knows what they're supposed to do at what time. Technology advancements, 5G, Internet of Things, machine-to-machine, cloud security, machine learning, etc. All these pose a big challenge to the cybersecurity landscape. So it is important for us to take note. And these are very crucial when you talk of the global cybersecurity landscape. Increasing cyber attacks, which I will go through some of the attacks that we have captured, just to show that proof of concept that this thing is real and it is happening. So ransomware evolution, targeting critical information infrastructure. I think you've heard there have been like a move. Attacks on the critical information infrastructure in different countries. It's like a season. Everybody is attacking maybe the immigration system or attacking the central bank, but there's this move that people are pushing to attack the critical information infrastructures. Supply chain vulnerabilities. So what people do, they seek where the value is. When they seek where the value is, they cripple the supply chain. But we've also seen nation-state activities whereby countries are attacked. Sometimes it is not professional to discuss about countries being attacked, but this thing is real and it is happening.
Thank you, Mr. Wanga. Can we wind up in 5 minutes so that we can allow another presentation?
Thank you. So, as early of 2024, several key trends and threats are shaping the cybersecurity domain. Ransomware innovations. And when I talk of ransomware innovation, yes, I know you know ransomware, but it's being converted into a certain trade whereby I can give ransomware as a service. So you want to deploy your ransomware somewhere, but you don't have the skills. So you come to me and you buy the ransomware. So we agree among ourselves, when you succeed, you give me a certain percentage. So that's just an example, but there are so many innovations and developments in this way on how people deploy these attacks. State-sponsored cyber operations. I mentioned a bit about this, but it's really a big deal, especially to the geopolitical issues that are going around. The deep fakes and disinformation. We see this in the political issues, but also in the business rivals and such. But cryptocurrency-related attacks. So, as you know that in the darknet or in the something they call under the surface, under the web, where they trade illicit products, they usually use cryptocurrency as a trading transaction for hiding their identity. But again, when they are doing that, because this is value, they are attacking each other to steal each other's cryptocurrencies. Internet of Things and smart device vulnerabilities. I think you've heard of cars that are driving without a driver. We're talking of the pilotless planes, but also things that operate on themselves. And here there are some robots which are they could be housemaids. I saw in one hotel, there's a robot which usually goes and cleans the toilet. It just goes there, it opens the door, it cleans the toilet, and it goes out. So what if these robots or these machines become attacked and they're told, now make sure the command goes and tells the robot to beat the owner of the house. You see, so such things are deadly. Or a car which is supposed to brake by itself and it doesn't brake. Instead of braking, it actually accelerates. So having these developments, such risks are there. Artificial intelligence, I think I don't have to talk about this. There's someone who will talk more about this, but there are a lot of issues with this in this area. So these are attacks which happened in March 2024, but most of them fall around attacking the critical information infrastructure, ransomware attacks, tiny trawler attacks, which I won't bother going through because basically it's just a proof of concept and it is just telling you that these things are happening and they've happened to these people. And no one is exceptionally excluded. Everybody is a potential victim. So what are my key takeaways? We have the National Cybersecurity Strategies, which aims to protect the country's digital infrastructure, safeguard citizens' online privacy, and promote a secure digital economy. But also, there are increasing cyber threats. So recognizing the growing sophistication and frequency of cyber threats is very eminent. But also, there's an importance of having public awareness, understanding the importance of public awareness and education on cybersecurity. This is to those technical people behind the walls, but also the users who are using the services. A very big need for collaboration, acknowledging the importance of collaboration. I call upon here for the people from the private sector to come up and collaborate with the government. Infrastructure vulnerabilities, identifying vulnerabilities. I don't think it will be fair for us to have cases whereby we are being victims of zero vulnerabilities, things which are already known. So maybe my fellow experts, we should do some homework, and some of the attacks, let us not allow to have such attacks which show somehow like unseriousness of how we are governing our infrastructures. But legislative and regulatory framework, as these things are changing, the dynamics are changing, it means we also have to change the legal and regulatory frameworks. We have to be updating our laws every now and then, putting new regulations, but all in all, just to be up to date with what is required. So in conclusion, as a way forward, as we move forward, it is imperative to recognize that cybersecurity is not just a technical issue. Here, I'll stress it again, it's not just a technical issue. but a critical facet of our national infrastructure that demands an integrated strategic approach. So yes, you may think it's technical, but sometimes when it starts affecting the economy of the country, when it starts affecting the security of the country, then it becomes not a technical issue, it becomes business of the country. The insights and recommendations shared today highlight the importance of strengthening our legal frameworks, fostering public-private partnership, and I want this to be one of our outputs, investing in education and enhancing international cooperation. These are not mere recommendations, but necessities in building a more secure digital Tanzania. Thank you so much. I hope I haven't used your 5 minutes.
Seconds. Another round of applause for Mr. Wangwe. Na waliolala waamke. Thank you, Mr. Wangwe. We've been told it's not a matter of if, but when. The components of cyber resilience, Tanzania's approach to cyber security, strategic goals of the national cyber security strategy, insights, initiative from Tanzania strategy. But before I invite another speaker, if there is a burning question, like I have one question which can't wait, yaani nisipouliza sasa hivi napasuka. To the ladies. Ladies first. Karibu Esther. Your name and institution, where you're coming from. Okay, use mine.
Good afternoon. So thank you very much for the, good afternoon everyone. Thank you very much, presenter, for a great presentation, especially on the National Cybersecurity Strategy. I never knew if it really existed. I'm very happy. So one question, mainly specifically on the strategy and the targets, do we have, on the strategic goals, do we have specific goals or the KPIs that we're measuring to ensure that we're reaching those strategic goals? That is one. And another question is, do we have the timeline? Let's say, is this strategy meant to be implemented, let's say, for 10 years, 20 years? What's the timeline to implement the shared strategy? Thank you.
Timeline for implementing the strategies. How do we measure the implementation of the strategies? Do we have any key indicators? We'll take the two questions. And the last question. For this session, we'll be having another discussion, but this is just two questions.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther, and I have a question. I wanted to know, great presentation and quite insightful. So I was noting here so that I can disturb you later. How is the government prepared to support innovation in the cyberspace, in cybersecurity and AI? Is there a plan, or what is the government doing or planning to do to support innovation in that area? Thank you.
Thank you for the two good questions. So, you're welcome, Mr. Wangwe.
Are we taking the last one or? Yeah, so afternoon again. Thank you for the questions. Just to quickly go through the first, from the first person who asked the questions. Yes, there are actually strategies. Each goal has several strategies, and each strategy has specific key performance indicators. So when we have sessions on the exact content of the strategy, I think you can go through them, but it has a minimum of 3 to 6 strategies each, and each strategy has specific KPIs but also there are specific delivery time, but also institutions which are responsible to implement that. And with regards to how long the strategy is, the previous one was 5 years, but for this one, it's again an issue we are going to be discussing with the stakeholders, but we're thinking of between 5 or 3. So that one it's not in conclusion, it's still a discussable duration. Coming to Esther's question, with regards to innovation, since cyberspace again is also an ICT innovation, it is being dealt with other innovations, but specifically we are having special programs specifically for the cyber security. So I think I'll leave it to the ICT Commission to provide more details, but just like any other startups and other innovations, the program for cybersecurity startups and innovations falls under them, but it's true that for the cybersecurity, sometimes they are required to have some special tools and simulation equipment. So those are the ones I'll be working with the ICT Commission to make sure that they're in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll leave that also DG for the ICT Commission to comment during the closing session on how are we encouraging innovation in cybersecurity. So if you have any other questions for Mr. Wangwe, keep the questions. We're gonna respond after the next session. And Mr. Wangwe talked about the global landscape. He touched on technological advancement, and this is a session of technology advancement. Your presentation, the title of your presentation, I forgot it because it's very complicated. It's really advanced. But it's about dual edge impact of AI and machine learning on cybersecurity, if I got it right, yes? Yeah. Yes, Mr. Pazia? Yes.
Yeah.
So welcome. Shike mkono jirani yako, mwambie karibu tunamalizia session ya pili. Shike mkono jirani yako. Inawezekana mmekaa meza moja hata mjasalimiana, mshike mkono. Mwambie tunamalizia session ya pili. Shake hands with your neighbor, tell him or her we are finalizing the next session. Thank you, thank you. Karibu Baziwe.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Kisa Baziwe. I'm the president of ISACA, and I'm really a hands-on guy. I hate talking a lot. I like to show more. I like doing things and breaking things. So hopefully I've not been locked out of my account for breaking it, but so we're all familiar. What I'm going to talk about is really controls that somebody asked. Baraka, I remember asking, do the controls of CIS apply to, sorry? I'll use this. Can you hear me? Sorry? I'm going to use this because I just want to be in one place. Baraka asked, can the controls of the CIS controls apply to AI? And that's really what I'm going to answer. But before I do that, kidogo, I don't know how many people know about AI. So I need a small background in AI to explain to you what it is. I'm not quite sure I'll get there, but I just wanted to get into my account, and looks like I cannot, or I can. How can I help you today? But it keeps kicking me out. All right, it wants me to log in. I've been logged out for a long time. I'm not going to use ChatGPT. I don't like it anyway. So we're going to talk about so many other AI things. But what I'm talking about is controls. How can we control AI? What's the AI machine learning cycle or AI's life cycle? And at what stages can we be able to have controls over them? And since my ChatGPT is not working, I will ignore it and just go straight to my presentation, which should come up because it's a bit heavy. Okay. What just happened? Everything went black. Oh, I got logged out. Ah, there it is. Okay, can we see that? That's what I'm supposed to present today. Unfortunately, I was not able to present tomorrow, although I've had to now cancel my flight and be here tomorrow. But I had something urgent to do tomorrow, so I'm privileged to be here with you. So exploring the dual-edged impact of AI on cybersecurity and our role in enhancing its security measures. When I say our roles, I'm talking more of cybersecurity officers, data protection officers, data science professionals. Any data science professionals? Hands up. No data science professionals? Okay. Okay, so my focus is really on large language models, which is like ChatGPT, and fairly new, so that you all don't think ChatGPT is really giving you all the right answers. It can hallucinate or give you wrong answers at some time. So as usual, with most of you know my presentations, I always have a disclaimer. Presentation is being used for education purposes. If I say something and you use it to break your organization's AI system, that's not my fault. Are we together? Are we together? Yeah, I didn't hear that one. Okay, I'm more of a technology auditor. I call myself a technology auditor. My background is cybersecurity, but I do a lot of technology audits and now algorithm audits as well, with blockchain and AI consulting. 25 years in ICT, both consulting and internationally and abroad. I've worked in almost any position in IT, network admin, SCADA, with SCADA networks as well. Reverse engineering is what I loved most, but cloud, IT audit, and cybersecurity now. And now AI. President of ISACA, like I told you, member of Blockchain Council, and member of the United States Artificial Intelligence Institute now. But technically, I'm a director of a company called FOPESA, whose foreign company is FOPE Inc. What FOPESA does is we are the ones who are running the technology behind Songesha. So Songesha goes wrong, Wakala Songesha, which uses AI, I don't sleep, or we don't sleep, and it can go wrong. It's been known to give people, just at the start, 100,000. Can you imagine? 400 people, 100,000 shillings. Mwanzoni. Yani without them even doing anything, no transaction record. It did that. So there are always problems with AI. It's not a one deployment, and then you say, it's not like Word, where you install on your laptop, Word works, that's it, even if I don't update it. This is different. So different applications, I won't go into those. Many people know those. But I'll show you the misapplications of AI. Like Wangwe was saying, misinformation, this is one of them. The famous one, you recognize the Pope? Hello? Najua Tanzania tutaki kuinteract, sijui kwa nini. Or are you busy on your laptops? So that's was that the Pope anyway, putting on such a nice jacket. I'll show you more of these. I like examples. I'm a hands-on guy. So return of Trump. You know Trump is returning, like it or not. Due to false images. Hope this is on. Sorry. Okay, just a minute. I have to turn on this speaker, otherwise you won't listen. And we want everybody to listen, don't we? Okay. Return of Trump. I don't know where my cursor is.
Yeah. Yeah, 34 felony counts. Unbelievable. But how can I restore my public image? Wait, what? A music video?
Do you have speakers?
I sing to gain sympathy. Akon, you genius. All right, let's go. Yeah, 34 felony counts. Unbelievable.
Okay,
But how can I restore my public image? Wait, what? A music video? I sing to gain sympathy.
So this is another one. Nice music, huh? AI remastered.
Спочатку я вирішив повернути до вас. Настав час виявити порожні речі. Не вийшло. Стало тільки гірше.
That's a famous one of the Ukrainian president. All this is AI. You know how
The
this
bro
is
is wilding. Let's see here.
And his name is John Cena. A wild Tesla fears.
Just like I said, you can update the car all you want with features, with safety features, but the driver, there's nothing you can do about him. Dingleberry is a dingleberry. Just like this one here. That car probably has around...
So sometimes they...
What's up, guys?
That's a good one. I would like that one for clapping my car. Okay, we're going to talk about AI briefly, just for you to understand where I'm coming from. And we need this little background to understand that AI is not really perfect. AI is the general term. Machine learning is the subset, and the other subset is deep learning, as we can see. So there's two types of AI. We narrow it down to narrow AI that strictly does something like self-driving cars, but does a particular thing. And there's also wide AI or general AI. So there are many benefits of AI, such as using AI to predict or show your pediatricians, radiologists, predict lung cancer or any cancers from radiologists and projects from the ministry. And we have a lot of those projects coming up. An algorithm is a set of instructions like a recipe. So when they talk of an algorithm, just think of a recipe. Okay? All right. So we've got traditional AI, which was built on strategy, where you decided what strategy you're going to use, and then you had predefined rules, and then you used traditional algorithms. I'm differentiating between generative AI, which produces and creates things, from traditional AI that we might be using right now. So your normal data scientists will be using more of traditional AI methods. And the applications are e-commerce recommendations, voice assistants, chess programs, recommendations, and things like those. So that's like the flow of traditional AI systems. General AI. General AI is about creating things or teaching robots and intelligent agents to do thinking that, or do things that humans really do. So some people have used them to smell, some to see, computer vision, and some to do other things. The difference is the models they preclude programs that were there before. And so they generate things. Like pictures, ChatGPT generates text, text to text, text to image, and there's text to video as well. General AI models, I won't go through this. Machine learning, I won't go through this. These algorithms. But the AI life cycle is important for us to understand. It's an iterative process. You don't just jump into AI and produce. You have to design, you have to develop, you have to model, and then you deploy. I think the two biggest problems are over there after production, because you keep iterating. You don't just leave it. The model can go wrong or crazy. So my focus is on LLMs, which are large language models, like GPT. And what's a GPT? It's a generative pre-trained transformer, which is a family of neural networks, models that has taken the world by storm. Yeah? So that's what you're using now. Why is it important? It's important because it's generally trained on a lot of things. So you can do a lot of things with just generative pre-trained models. It can answer a lot of questions. It's not very specific. Like if you ask it specific banking questions related to your area, it might have a problem. Workflow, maybe not necessary. GPT type, LLM types, 2 of them. Proprietary, ChatGPT, Bard, Soros, DALI, Midjourney. So those we're aware of because there's been a lot of marketing regarding them. But what we're not aware of are the open source ones that I want to talk about, and also the risks. Okay, so open source, the number one really is from Meta, and is Lambda. There's Lambda 1, now there's Lambda 2. The other one is called Vicuna. Looks impressive as well. Vicuna 1381, it's a 13 billion parameter model. And that's its icon. The other one is Mistral. Mistral is uncensored. It means it can do anything. You can ask it to produce ransomware and to give you the ransomware code, whereas ChatGPT won't. So the problem that we have is not probably going to come from the proprietary ones, because they're people, they've got guardrails. It's going to come from the open source ones. So if I want ransomware code, Mistral will provide me with ransomware code, because it's full, open. It excels at coding tasks. There's another one from the Middle East, Falcon LLM, which is the latest big powerful one. I think it's about 180 billion tokens, 180 billion parameters, very powerful language. This one I was interested in a little bit, and so I did some digging around it. So what are the cybersecurity issues? We've already seen them. Deepfake, we've seen the Pope. Copyright, we've seen Tupac come to life. The thing is, it's just a matter of time before people produce Diamond's voice on. It's just a matter of time. You'll just be producing your own copy of Diamond. Simple. It's just a matter of time. So Trump and Tupac song. The other problem we have is GPT. I don't know if you know GPT, but it's GPT but for criminals. They use it to do business emails, perfect business compromise emails. So GPT is one of those big ones that is driving AI phishing. GPT. The other one is Poison GPT. Poison GPT is poisoning data sets on any, if you're in AI, you know Hugging Face. So it can poison data sets there. So generally, what are the inherent weaknesses, vulnerabilities, security things in LLMs? Prompt injection. I can inject something in ChatGPT and make it do the wrong thing. But either ChatGPT or an open source one. ChatGPT might be a bit harder, but the open source ones might be easier because they have no guardrails. Insecure output handling. So it might produce something that you might not expect. So it might hallucinate. It might produce the wrong answer. So if you're working with AI in high-risk areas like health, you should be very, very careful. Yeah? Should be very careful about its output. If it makes a mistake on your lung and tells you you've got lung cancer, when the kind of cancer you have is just not malignant, it's a normal growth, then you start undergoing chemo. Training data poisoning, that I'll show you. Model denial of service, so we can deny services on the model itself. You have the model, but deny of service, you can't access it. Supply chain, from where you're getting it. So if you're using a foundation model like Mistral, they can put viruses in it and you can get it down. I'm not saying ChatGPT can't do that, but more people will be able to flag it out. So that's the one we have, the open source models. Sensitive information disclosure, this is a big one. Insecure plugin design, excessive agency. Excessive agency is really doing too much more than you expect. Over-reliance. Over-reliance on a model in doing business decisions can be a big problem. And then somebody can steal your model. They'll just steal your model and use it for their own stuff. Now, I won't like to go deep into everything, but I'll just go into just training data poisoning, because I've seen this on Falcon LLM. So the training data that you're using to train the model can be poisoned. I'll give you examples of there. And that data set was poisoned. It was poisoned with a Trojan. So anybody using that data set, using it for developing a model will have a problem. More example, another Trojan to kill the model at a certain time. So at a certain time, it's going to kill the model. So you have your model, and it works very well. After some time, it just stops or dies. So solutions to data poisoning, I'm not going to go through those. I'll just try and speed up. I prefer questions than answers. Before thank you for listening, there's what I call a FAQ, F-A-Q. What do I need to really develop my own LLM? We need GPUs, graphic processing units. So the difference between your data centers that you have, they're built on CPU architecture. So we need new data centers, whether you like it or not, built on GPU architecture, if you're going to use AI. So requirements, if any of you is familiar with games, those are the cards that you get. Your GPU card should be about 16 GB to 24 GB for you to be able to run. Just run the model. You've not trained it. For deep learning, affordable systems, NVIDIA GeoForce. Those ones below will get you started. But just get you started. Sometimes you just load the model. Now we're using these to load open source models, okay? So in order to load open source models, you need something like this. And if you want to train it, now that's loading it. If you want to train it, that's another thing. Yeah? It's not impossible, but most people train in the cloud because you can have a lot of GPUs. If you're serious about training at home, you need to buy a graphics engine card from NVIDIA, either an A100 Tensor Core or an H100. One A100 costs 10,000 USD. That's if you're serious to run. So there's some homeware, hardware rigs. I know some people used to do cryptocurrency mining. So you can change those rigs into AI rigs, even be more better. Because I think crypto, though, blockchain, though Bitcoin is up, there's more use of GPUs in AI than in blockchain. So you need a 10,000 rig, 48. The problem with this is something like this is going to consume about 2,250 watts. Na kwa TANESCO yetu hii, I think without TANESCO you'll be down every day. So that's why people are processing using A100s in the cloud. Those are the GPUs. That's what it takes to run an LLM at home. So what most people are developing using generative AI is they're using API models from either ChatGPT, OpenAI, or Bard, or I've seen some creative new startups using, a friend of mine using Neurotech. They use open source. They don't use open source, they use OpenAI. And if there are no more questions, thank you. It's okay if you didn't understand anything, but you can ask.
A round of applause to Mr. Peter Bazir. Now, if Peter thinks you didn't understand anything, I'll allow questions even in your mother language. I'll translate it into English.
Kwa Kiswahili
Uliza
sawa.
kwa lugha yoyote, mimi nitatafsiri.
Hiyo ya
Maswali
kwanza
naona
tayari.
tayari mengi.
Yuko
Mr.
tayari.
Wangwe, you're welcome also on stage. Please have a seat
Kwa
in
hiyo
case of any question.
tunachoma pale.
I saw 2 hands have been raised. Okay. I'll leave one mic on this side. Use any language you feel comfortable to ask a question.
Yes, I'm Raymond from Vodacom. Peter, you skipped one of the interesting points which I was interested in, and you said you skipped that for question. So I'm going to ask about that. I was interested in getting your expatriate opinion on how to tackle these challenges you mentioned on generative AI, the insecure output handling, training data poisoning, model dose, supply chain vulnerabilities, sensitive info disclosure, insecure plugin design. We know those generally from other technologies of web app, API, etc. But I wanted to know from your expatriate opinion, do we have specific nature in the area of generative AI? Thank you.
Thank you. I hope Mr. Peter got the question.
No, just repeat.
Sorry?
Just repeat. Let him repeat it again.
You want him to repeat the question?
Okay, ulizungumzia matatizo ya generative AI vulnerabilities. You mentioned some of them: prompt injection, insecure output handling, training data poisoning, model denial service, supply chain vulnerabilities, sensitive info disclosure, insecure plugin design. So we know we have certain common vulnerabilities in the area of web application API, but I'm more interested in knowing if there are specific nature way of handling those in generative AI, because it's something new. Maybe there are specific ways to handle issues in generative AI which are a bit different from these common technologies we have, web apps, APIs, etc. Thank you.
Specific ways of handling generative AI related issues. I hope you got the question, Mr. Peter.
Or you want me to answer straight away, or?
Sorry, there's another question. Take 2.
Thank you very much for the very insightful presentation, Peter, and together with our director. I would want to start with playing something here. I'm neither interested about AI or technical about it. All I'm just interested to know is how to correct this, if it's the right word to use. So allow me to play this. This is me. I was using my laptop and opened a document, a Swahili document, a mixed document, and I asked a narrator, and this was very interesting to find this outcome. So let me see if we can hear it.
Mamlaka inasanua takmini kujua matokeo YA kampanit saa oelimis hai kuvusu elimu YA mavasiliano ili yotoleva kupitian ian balinbali ikivemo runingna rediona maonyes hokatika mikoan balinbalin hini.
Okay, so this is, I believe it's AI trying to read a Swahili document. But what was interesting is the tonation of the reader. I was expecting a Swahili speaker, and this was somebody from Asia. This is an opportunity lost. But all I desire is I want these opportunities for Tanzanians, for example, to be able to be part of teaching the AI, I forgot the word, but training it in the tonations of Tanzanian tonations and the Tanzanian Swahili, so to say. So if you may just give us insight, how can we do it? How can we adapt? Thank you.
Swahili reports, researches read by an Asian AI application, an opportunity course. What are you missing, Peter?
Okay, let me try and answer the narrator one first. It's a pity that they were using, you could as well just use ChatGPT. Umeshawahi kuona Kiswahili cha ChatGPT? Have you ever talked to ChatGPT in Kiswahili? Have you? It's not Google Swahili. You know Google Swahili ile ya Kenya sijui nini. Swahili of ChatGPT is proper Swahili. Hata ya mtaani. So what you need is somebody to get that API and use it to do whatever application you're doing. Of course, you're going to pay $20 per month for the API. I don't know how much you paid for that narrator, but ChatGPT OpenAI is going to do an excellent job. More than that narrator that you bought. I'm 100% sure. I chat in Swahili every day. Natafuta mke. And it tells me the qualities of mke mzuri anatakiwa kuwa na nini. Yani until I can't ask anymore. Yeah? Try it. You try ChatGPT itself. So what it's going to cost you is about $20. There are not very many API developers that I know, but I know Neurotech. I know, I'm not trying to promote him, but I know he's one of the best API programmers because I've gone through his code. Believe me, I have gone through his code. I've hacked his code left, right, center. So Neurotech, Kalebu, anaitwa Kalebu. He can integrate that API to whatever you want to do. And all you're interested in is convert. You see, the jobs for translating are just going to disappear. They're disappearing actually. Because the more and more people learn how to use open source AI and open AI's translation abilities, the more translation will be done. Yeah? So for you in that case, pole sana. But you can still use OpenAI's API. Hopefully that will help. Pole sana. Yes, the question was about
Raymond.
Yeah, that's a pretty new one. So AI is growing every day. Europe has its AI framework, AI Act, actually, Act. You know they're not calling it, it's an act. You know what an act is? If you go behind the act, you might find yourself behind bars. It's an act. So the act forces all model developers. And this is AI model developers. You're not the AI, we're not talking about guys who are just integrating your AI with OpenAI. No. You are the one developing the model. So all model developers should follow certain principles in that AI Act. You can read the AI Act of Europe, it's a very good start. You can read the NIST risk framework, it's a very good framework as well. And then the other thing we do is algorithmic audits. Now that's a bit more complicated because we have to go through what algorithm you've done, do code review. I couldn't do code review here, but I would have shown you, I got Kalebu's code for PyPesa and put it in where? OpenAI. And asked OpenAI to find out, there's certain things OpenAI will refuse. So I asked it to find if this is good code in Python. It's a very good code. So, but and there are mistakes. There are just a few mistakes. How would you have written the code better? You see, by doing that, I'm probably asking for vulnerabilities, but in a different way. Or he could have used this where errors are, he forgot to put this and this, and there it is, bang. You have it. So it's fairly new, but everybody developing a model has a responsibility of, that's what we call ethical AI, is what is building ethical, like the guys building WAM GPT. You know? Somebody can use open source AI to build AI that does anything. So for me, I view AI as, open AI, artificial intelligence it's like electricity. It's a general purpose technology. Here in the beginning, we're seeing it as complicated, but everybody in every sector is going to use it. Eventually, do you need an electrician to turn on your light? Do you? You don't. Do you need an electrician to switch on your laptop? You don't. So that's why there's this rave about AI. It's it's a general purpose technology, and it's going to be everywhere. It's just a bit harder now, but it's getting simpler and simpler. Kids are doing more code with images, with Mid-Journey and stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. If there's any question, not necessarily a question, but can be something you want to add on. A lot of hands now start. Kuna jamaa alinikonyeza hapa, aliniona kabla hajanyosha mkono.
Yeah, my name is Aaron Dasiwa. My question goes to Engineer Wangwe. Among the strategy goals, 5 strategy goals, and challenges and concern is increasing cybersecurity technical capability and awareness across Tanzanians. Now my question is, what are the initiatives Tanzanians they are doing to make sure we have a technical person on the cybersecurity? And the second one is, what are the different channels are used to make sure Tanzanians awareness on the cybersecurity? Thank you.
Thank you. A nice question. Wangwe, in your presentation, you mentioned lack of skilled ICT professionals, cybersecurity professionals. So that was the add-on question. Another question from...
Thank you. My name is Rejoice Haule. I am a third-year bachelor student at IAA studying computer science. So I have 2 questions for both speakers. I'll begin with Engineer Wangwe. You talked about lack of professionals, if I'm not mistaken. There's a gap in the skilled professionals, and you also mentioned that some universities have already begun to, employ this by starting courses like cybersecurity, like in UDOM, and also in our university we have done the same. Now, my question is, yes, we have done that. We have begun those courses, but I don't know if I'm alone in this, but our education as a country, especially in ICT courses, I can say, is really theoretically based. We have not gone forward in practical means. Now, how have you prepared yourself as a ministry to combat that? Because it's one thing to have professionals. We have professionals every year. I'm also graduating this year, but I don't think, especially in my class, we have the necessary practical experiences, I can say, like in European Union, in Germany, and in other countries. That is the first question. My second question goes to the second speaker about artificial intelligence. It's just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering, we saw the deep fakes, and
I don't know, I'm just wondering, could we ever really control it? Is this, are we doomed? Is this our life from now on? Because they're even able to fake a video of a whole president, a Ukrainian president. I think it's going out of control. So that's my question. What's your opinion on this? Is this how life would be from now on? People can just do this and, yeah, that's it.
Standing this side. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Justus. I have two questions, one for engineer, one for ISACA president. For the ISACA president, I know you're very interested in AI and you're very passionate about it from your presentation. My question would be like, how can AI be leveraged in cybersecurity to prevent privacy breaches and data misuses similar to incidents like Cambridge Analytica? We know we can talk about defect, but there's other, for example, scenarios like what happened to Cambridge Analytica where it can even influence the presidential elections of a country. So the other question for the engineer would be like the same question from my sister there, that a disconnect between what we are taught in university and what the industry is like doing. The industry is like evolving significantly, and everything that we learn in university, most of the time you find it, they are not like in the industry. So what, for example, the ministry are you doing to bridge that gap between the disconnect that we're having in terms of education we are getting from universities to education that is industry? Thank you.
Can you take those 3, 4, 2 questions? Keep your hand. Is there another hand? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4. 4, 5. There'll be a 6. So it's a tough session. Tough questions.
Okay, I'll address the skills gap. There's a big skills gap. We at ISACA, if I count the certified professionals in Tanzania, not only at ISACA, but the CISSP, which is another security thing, there's about maybe 2,000. Yeah, in terms of certifications, which organizations want work. So there's need for practice. Now, for you, if you're in the university, my problem is, one, you're in computer science, and I'm interviewing you, and you're telling me you like what, web development? What do you like? What's your specialty? What do you want to specialize in? Sorry? Data mining. Okay, so I'll ask you, where are your projects on GitHub? Do you have any projects on GitHub? Not yet. See? Forget this education that you're getting. Get out there and practice. Just do. Put things on GitHub. If you're in computer science and you don't have anything on GitHub, nobody will hire you. If you're on GitHub, trust me, and you have a good demo, even Google might contact you. Believe me, trust me. AGI, is this the end? This is the beginning. Somebody asked if this is the end. This is the beginning. If it can clone presidents, I mean, a pastor was cloned in 2017. You didn't know? It's just the beginning. It's just to put down guardrails. When I say guardrails, rules and also responsibility to people who develop AI products. So that's really what I think. How can we leverage cybersecurity? One of the things you can do, although it's too late, is to avoid people scraping your website. Yeah? Avoid, just refuse scrapers. But that's too late because ChatGPT, Bard, they've already scraped your website. So what you can do is edit your robot.txt file to refuse maybe being on the search engines. That's one practical bit you can do. You can edit your robot.txt file for those of you who are web developers. The problem is people are not practical. That's what we have. That's the biggest problem that we have. People come to me and they've done CEH, but companies are not hiring you to be an ethical hacker. They're hiring you to be an ethical defender. So use your ethical hacking knowledge, like Esther, my dear, does, to be a cyber defense guru. So I think the gap is where what organizations, there's a big gap between what is coming out of universities and colleges and what organizations want. That one I know.
Memaliza. Has he answered all your questions? Okay, so the question raised to me by Justice and the lady there are questions we've been hearing out since even when we were in school. But it's not only in our country. This is a global challenge. You know, this thing of having the pedagogy, profession of education, it's unique in its way. So basically they give you the concepts, but especially in the ICT industry, it's very different. Moving to the cybersecurity, it's way more different, because cybersecurity is an issue which starts with the mindset. A cybersecurity expert is someone who thinks like a cybersecurity expert. If you are a real cybersecurity expert, even when you go to a table which has 6 chairs, there is a specific chair you're going to choose. There's a specific way that you're going to leave the place. You won't leave just like any other person. So it starts with the mindset. So in order to have this mindset, first of all, you should have the interest. You should have a vested interest in this area. But second of all, you should prove yourself. What can you do? Because like when you go to Western countries, like I'll give an example, like the United States of America, they won't ask you what certificate you have. They'll ask you, what are you good at? And that's what Peter was alluding to. What are you good at? They want assurance. Can you defend our infrastructure? When you go to Sweden, you'll have to successfully hack a bank for them to hire you as a cybersecurity employee. So the dynamism of the requirement of cybersecurity experts going forward, you won't find it in your class. In your class, they'll tell you multi-factor authentication is what I have, what I know, and you know. But the actual thing that is required from you, you won't find it in class. So what have we done in this space? We have a place. We have established an area in Dodoma. It's called Nala, and we are building a digital technical institute. So what this institute will be doing, it will not be like this normal curriculum of the universities. This is a specialized skills, almost like vocational, but now specifically digital skills. So here, you say you want to uplift your skills in AI, you engage, you enroll, you do the AI course, 100% practical. Maybe 2 months, 3 months, and then you go out and do your stuff. But even if we are going to have this thing in place, if the mindsets don't change and you don't practice on your own to at least have something in mind, then we won't be able to prosper. If you look at the innovations, you talk of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. I think most of us know the story of how Zuckerberg made Facebook. sisi wa zamani na Peter kulikuwa kuna kitu kinaitwa high five. High five ndio innovation iliyomuinspire Facebook. So hiyo high five, it was an interactive social platform, but by then it was not so much interactive. So what Zuckerberg did when he was in school, akiwa anaendelea na haya mambo boring stuff, he said, this is not good for me. So what he did, he found a way of how he can be communicating with his friends within the campus. And that's how Facebook started. But he didn't use the skills from class. He used his interest and passion to see something move further. So he basically manipulated the innovation and high five, and he came with Facebook. Look at Twitter. Twitter is an advanced innovation again of Facebook, but specifically for politicians, people who need to tweet, people who need, like, you know, many public support. So likewise, there are so many innovations which are undiscovered. But for you to be among the people who do those innovations, you have to change your mindset. So forget about us changing the school curriculum and stuff. That's a crazy business. We tried it. It's not possible. And since you have a limited time to build up your profession, you have to quickly change your mindset, develop your interest in doing the practical. So when you come to practitioners in the industry, they'll ask you, where have you failed? Where do you think you need some help? So if you don't practice, you won't even know where you need some help. The example that Brian gave us about the narration. So you see, at least when he tried doing it with a very, very simple narration program, maybe through the Microsoft Word or whichever program he used, my colleague here, Peter, gave him an insight. Try ChatGPT to do that. So let's say he goes and try ChatGPT. I was actually, when he was asking, I was telling Peter here that it's just a matter of training it, because AI is a trainable language. So I was just telling him that this you should respond to it, but I think he responded very well. On the question of what have we done or what are we planning to do in increasing cybersecurity skills and awareness, for the part of skills, we have done several programs, but we have a project under the World Bank. It's called Digital Tanzania Program, whereby we are going to be, when we finish, we are going to have trained 500 people, but 50 long courses and 450 short courses. But specifically, for example, for the long courses, we're taking people, these doctors or PhD, who are coming from the academia industry. We're taking them to countries with advanced technology, for example, blockchain. We're taking people, some people from the central bank and some people from the revenue authority, but also some people from the universities. We're going to give them specialized training so that when they come back, they will be the people who will be training hands-on in this digital training institute, which I just said will be in Dodoma. So we have done for AI, IoT, machine-to-machine, and we are continuing increasing the specialized courses. But also, we usually conduct programs with the e-government authority to the government staff. There are people, we are calling them SPOC. These are point of contacts specifically for cybersecurity. They are in every ministry in the government and department. So what we do, we call them, gather them together, and train them on specific cybersecurity issues. But also through the ICT Commission, we are pushing on to enrich our database Because sometimes, all right, we say we are few, but because that's the data we have. But maybe there are so many out there who we don't have the information. So here I call upon for all the ICT professionals, specifically cybersecurity, to register with the ICT Commission so that we have the correct database. Sometimes we do get opportunities, but we fail to utilize them because we don't have the good numbers. And the good numbers, as you know, they need cooperation. We need people to come up and fill the information. Lastly, just to allude on this, issue of awareness is an ongoing activity. We do it time to time, but we do it in a collaborative manner. We have so many partners. We have the media industry, we have the development partners, we have the regional economic communities, and so on and so forth. So this one is not like there's a specific structure, but we usually engage and do awareness time to time without relying only on maybe on the awareness month or these specific special days which I was mentioning. But I think it is also important to note that we have a project called D4T, which we are doing with the European Union, and with them also there are initiatives to build capacity to our professionals. So we do have some representatives. I think they will mention and give us some more insights during their session. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking at my watch, I had 6 questions. I don't know if the responses have responded to the 6 questions I expected, or I still have 6 questions. Do we still have 6 questions? There's still 1 question. Do we have those 6 questions? There's someone who wanted to ask? Another person? So I take it I have 2 questions. From 6 to 2 now. Tujiandae na futari malize.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Samuel Benjamin Mazota, a 4th-year student pursuing bachelor's degree in cybersecurity and digital forensic engineering at the University of Dodoma. Yeah, first of all, I'm thrilled to be part of this forum. And I have some questions for our esteemed speaker from the ministry, Engineer Wangwe, and it's specifically about NSCC, National Cybersecurity Strategy. I believe it will add some depth in our discussion. So considering the strategic goal to enhance cybersecurity technical capabilities and awareness across Tanzania, particularly focusing on students who are passionate and who are studying maybe cybersecurity as well as forensics, there seems to be significant limitation in access to practical training and internship opportunities to these students. I am a testimony of that because since I was in my 2nd year to 3rd year, I have been struggling to acquire the places, especially in government institutions where I can practice or I can get industrial practical training about cybersecurity, especially in a government institution. At least in private companies, there are some people who at least attract some students and mentor them and nurture them, but I see it very limited in access to government institutions. So as an advocate or the representative from the ministry, what do you propose addressing this gap to ensure that aspiring cybersecurity professionals has adequate opportunities for hands-on experience and skill development, especially to these students who are upcoming cybersecurity practitioners? Thank you.
The last question, remember there was
Yeah, so I have a question for Mr. Wangwe. Okay. My name is Sheila Mrindoko. I'm from ICT Park Solutions Limited. It's an IT company in Tanzania. My question is to Mr. Wangwe. I have heard you saying during your presentation that you call for participation of private sectors in strengthening cybersecurity in the country. My question is, what role do you see the private sector playing in supporting the government strategies for cybersecurity strengthening or resilience in the country? Because you have mentioned of the different strategies that the government has planned in order to strengthen the cyber posture in Tanzania. So I would like you to insight me in what role do you see the private sectors to play, or what opportunities do the private sectors have in these strategies? Thank you.
Thank you. So, both 2 bullets to Mr. Wangwe. There is a last question. Yani nisipouliza leo silali. The last one. Oh, one for the lady, then one for our tomorrow's presenter.
Yeah, so my question goes to both presenters. How are we prepared to tackle the disadvantages of using AI, especially to young people? Because at some point, I'm thinking AI is going to hinder the critical thinking to young people. So how are we prepared to tackle that?
AI ina encourage wanafunzi kudesa, wafanyi research zao, wanaingiza kwenye ChatGPT, mambo yote yanatokea. Cool, that was a question around that. Welcome. That's the last question.
Hi, good evening. I have a question for the engineer Wangwe. Really practical perspective, that from national cybersecurity perspective, that do you foresee that Tanzania in near future might be utilizing AI protective tools in its cyber space, either for monitoring, logs analyzing, or anything like this? And have you already had on the cyber response team level discussions on this or anything in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 5 minutes to wind up the session. I don't know, mtagawana hizi dakika? You agree, we have 5 minutes. You have the mic.
Again, memory loss lapses. What was my question? How AI... Sorry? Tackling critical thinking AI. How will it discourage the young people coming up? They're not using their thinking, they're using ChatGPT to answer questions. You know, to answer that question, I go back in history, when the calculator first started. You obviously were not born, but when the calculator started, everybody thought, this is a tool that's gonna change everything. Everybody will become lazy. So what happened when Google started? Did you stop searching? Google is the nearest, I can tell you. VP. When Google started, what happened? Did people become more stupider, sillier, foolisher? Did they? So I'm telling you that AI is a general purpose technology. It's going to be spread everywhere. In that we can use it, or we will use it as a tool. I know there's a lot of talk about general AI, artificial general intelligence, the one that thinks like a man, talks like a man, walks like a woman, does everything. There's that possibility. But in Japan, when they talk about robots, they think Tamaguchi. I don't know whether you know a robot They use robots for helping them. That's the mentality. In the West, because you've seen so many movies of Arnold Schwarzenegger, if you talk about a robot, you think about Terminator, isn't it? So that's what's in all your minds. But AI can be used as a tool and will be used as a tool, the way electricity was used as a tool. Now, electricity can both burn the house down if they don't use the electricity housing rules. And that's the same thing. That's the same analogy I have with AI. So just go ahead, embrace it, use it. It might help you even do a very good project and get promoted. Embrace it, because your kids will embrace it more than you do. Thank you.
Thank you. So quickly going through the questions. The first was from my young brother from University on the challenge in having field or industrial practice in the government. So for cybersecurity expert, if you come to the government, I don't think it's a conducive environment to practice cybersecurity. And this comes along by the structure. The existing structure of solving cybersecurity issues in the government is just a very awkward setup. So what I would encourage you is to embrace on practicing by yourself, but for complying with the requirement of the university, I would take that my best advice is for you to go to the private industry, because that's where really they do hands-on. The arrangement in the government is just awkward for specifically talking of something like cybersecurity. Because like, just take it for example, you come to Ministry X, and then you want to start checking the website. Even the staff there probably are not checking their website. Don't you think you'll be unpopular to the organization? Do you think that's a conducive environment for a student to learn and prosper, find a better tomorrow? So I think taking into account the current environment, I don't think it is a conducive environment for a cybersecurity expert to practice in the government. However, with time, what we are planning to do, we are going to build some like labs or some environment, practical environment to accommodate such needs, so that experts can come and try their skills and develop their abilities in this space. That's what I can say about the practical challenge that was raised. And my sister was asking on what roles we see for the private sector in implementing the strategy. It's actually a 360 thing. All the goals that I mentioned there, a private sector can chip in. We are saying we want to have a close eye on the management of critical information infrastructure. This is the first time we're doing it. Maybe there are some private sector which are good in that. It will be good to partner with the government on this journey. Let's say increased capability and skills or awareness to the public. Again, the private sector. We've been doing a lot with the MNOs, the banks, a lot of awareness, but even the media houses and the media industry. So any goal that you see within the strategy is an opportunity whereby the private sector can chip in based on what probably you are good in or however way you can contribute. It's not like there's no one formula. Like the private sector can only participate with the government, like in this style or in this specific aspect. So it's just an open-ended check, whereby you as a private sector partner can see which are the ways I can partner with the government. You want to chip in, Peter?
We have 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, I'll give 20 seconds to Peter.
I have a shortcut for you guys who are doing computer science and want to go to the government for cybersecurity. Just do audit. Information system audit. Finished, period. Yaani fanya audit ya mifumo. Mnanipata? Huh? Fanya kosi ya audit ya mifumo. You'll be there. You'll be in government and you'll be auditing their mifumo using your cybersecurity skills. That's the shortest, best shortcut I can give you. Apart from that, alone out there, penetration testing, utalala sana.
Thank you. So I think Peter mentioned that technology is inevitable. Even when the innovation of guns started, people are like, is this the right thing? Because, okay, we're using guns to hunt. Sometimes we're using it to defend ourselves, but sometimes we're using it to do crime. So likewise, any disruptive technology has the pros and cons. So what we are going to do is to put in place good legal and regulatory frameworks to govern the use of AI. And that is the only thing we're supposed to do. Because if you pretend as if you don't see it, then it might hurt us. So what we are doing is, of course, collaborating with regional and economic communities, because already there are some people who have already advanced in this stage. But Marcus asked a question on if we have done anything on adoption of AI in incident response. Actually, I would say that we have not specifically done anything, but it's definitely interesting areas which we are looking at, especially in our forthcoming strategy during the implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another round of applause for them and for you. Thank you. You can take your seats. When Mr. Ango was responding to those questions, he reminded me of a story 15, 16 years ago, wakati naanza kazi, nikiwa bado junior, bosi wangu alinichukua siku moja, tunaenda kwenye kikao, kwenye ofisi moja kubwa sana ndani ya serikali, kwa kikao kubwa. Na ajenda kubwa ilikuwa tunaenda kuongelea kwamba simu zitaanza kutumika kutuma na kupokea fedha. Sasa bahati mbaya mwenyekiti alikuwa hajajulishwa kwamba tunakuja kudiscuss ile kitu. Kwa hiyo alipofika akaambia ajenda ndio hiyo, akafunga kikao hapo hapo. Akasema sitaki kuwa sehemu ya uhaini. Kwamba simu mnasema simu watu watapokea na kutuma fedha kwenye simu. To discuss siku nyingine. What I'm trying to say is sometimes technology pushes us beyond our imagination, the limits of our imaginations, and it has positive impact. Today everyone is proud of mobile money transactions. Africa is proud of mobile money transactions, and life goes on. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Mr. MC, for the closing session. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jason Ndanguzi, the moderator of the topic 2, advancing the resilience of key sectors. What a productive day. Yeah. I've got a couple of announcements before I welcome the Director General of ICTC for a closing remark. of day one. Obviously, what a productive day it's been, from insightful discussion on empowering a safe, sustainable, and inclusive cyberspace to exploring strategies for advancing the resilience of key sectors. We have covered a lot of the ground today. I've got three announcements. The first one, obviously, for those who are fasting, iftar will be served at Sabasaba restaurant. Sabasaba restaurant is just opposite reception. Today, photos and all presentation will be shared on ICTC website. For a link of photos will be shared, but also the presentation will be shared after tomorrow on the website. Before I welcome the DG for closing remark, there's a special announcement from TCRIA. Our brother Brian Kalinga, an ICT officer who is focusing on promoting cybersecurity awareness and digital literacy, has got a very special announcement for us. Karibu sana. Maybe you can come and talk.
It is working, it's working, yes. Yeah. So I want to take only 3 minutes of your time. First of all, thank you so much, Director General, for this opportunity. It's an opportunity to put Tanzania in a global map in cybersecurity. And I'm going to explain. As you put that QR code there, I want us to take our phones up and we'll do what most of, I think I can get this code. There it is. Yeah. So if you can get it, it will be there, but as I continue, we have an opportunity. 5 years ago, I was part of the program, thanks to Silent Sec, Esther, you're around. We were able to start something that promotes cyber security capacity building from the high-level institutions. So it has grown, now touching over 2,000 students. And we've got this year, we got an opportunity to put it up as one of the projects that builds confidence and security in the use of ICT. And today is a deadline by midnight. So I'm here to just call in for your votes. So you can vote today, you can vote right now. You just go to the category 5, action line 5, and then look for Cyber Champions competition and you vote for us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Brian. I'm sure all the participants will do the favor and voting for TCRIA. I would like now to welcome the Director General, Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mosaga, for a closing remark of day one.
What a day, like the way Tumaini said, you have beat our expectations. We were believing that we are not going to fill this hall. We as the ICT Commission are very thrilled to have this turnaround. The discussion of today, they've taken 2 sessions. And the session number 1 was about the empowering. The session number 2 was talking about advancing resilience. There are a number of presentations which you've done. You are witness of that. But what thrills us more is the level and depth of the discussion that we have. I know that we have done justice to our forum, like the way I said before. Forum is supposed to be a two-way communication and not a place to lecture people. So we have done very well. Tomorrow we have 3 sessions ahead of us. We are going to start a bit earlier. Today, based on the other protocols of opening, we spent some time into other things. But tomorrow we are starting at 8:30, and we are going to finish much earlier tomorrow. Again, the session of tomorrow, many of them, 50% to be demonstrations. So it's going to be very interesting to see a number of techniques that people are using to gain access, get information from people. And this will help to build the cybersecurity skills to some of the people. There is a newspaper I was reading day before yesterday. It's called The Scientist, of which there is a scientist who was saying perhaps the skills of hacking is supposed to be the skills that everybody should have. Because the world we are living now, there are a lot of cyber threats, cyber crime activities are done online, and perhaps if everybody will have that skills, it will be easier for us to protect ourselves. But that's just a proposition. We are here to discuss all those things. And like the way I said before, we are going to have the resolution of what we have discussed and agree, and those resolutions will enter into the action plan of the government. And in the next forum, we'll take stock and see what we have been able to achieve from here to next year. So I don't want to take more time because Arusha is nice. You people are supposed to move around and socialize with Arusha. I want to thank you again, and we are going to meet tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you very much. Samahani, sio kwamba narudia tena, tushafunga, lakini I would like to speak in Swahili for the experts that we are here. Brian alichokiomba, ameomba msupport kwa kupiga kula kwa ile link aliyoonyesha. Deadline iko saa 6 usiku leo. Sasa sijui ni saa ya Tanzania au ni saa ya wapi, hiyo ndio sijajua. Lakini saa 6 usiku. Kwa hiyo tunaomba mpige kula ili na sisi tuingie katika map ya dunia ya mambo haya ya cyber security. Asanteni sana.